Hey guys, tonight we dip our toes into a vanishing world where twilight folds green shadows into deeper green. You know that weightless moment right before humidity sticks to your skin. Hold on to that, it won't last. Ancient stones enforce a strict no selfie stick policy here, one false step, and you're explaining cenote bacteria to a very judgmental ER nurse. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me where you're listening from. Is Bangkok sweating through midnight, or Chicago pretending it won't snow tonight? Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your sandals meet the jungle path. Cracked leather soles pressing into roots older than Paris. Golden light bleeds sideways between ceiba trees. Those skyscraper giants the Maya considered sacred bridges between earth and sky. Historians confirm their priests climbed these trunks during ceremonies, dizzying heights to feel closer to Chaak the rain god. But let's be honest, any deity demanding you hug a 50-meter tree in jaguar skin mittens might need therapy. Faces emerge, stone lips pressed flat under centuries of strangler figs. One smirks as you pass, lichen stubble thickening its jaw. These weren't just decorations. Experts think they marked ceremonial roots. Yet, nobody agrees why some look serene and others. Chewed fate's spiciest pepper. Your toe catches a carved frog hidden under ferns. It's rain-worn, but still puckered like it's sipping existential dread through a straw. Bonus fact, certain fringe theories claim certain frogs' slime let shamans time travel. Should we try licking it? No, your liability waiver expired last Tuesday. Breath stalls in your throat, not from fear, but the sheer density of green silence. Ceiba seed fluff drifts like misplaced snow. Stick your tongue out, and it dissolves into jungle spit. 17 steps deeper, twilight snuffs the last amber streaks. Fireflies blink awake, 3, 6, 12. Their Morse code probably translates to turn back. Or that's not guacamole on the altar stones. A howler monkey's roar shudders through your ribcage, nature's subwoofer, testing your bladder control. 17th century conquistadors wrote these screams were demons arguing over particularly tasty sinners. But modern primatologists insist it's just dudes flexing for mates. Historians still argue whether Maya tour guides invented that jungle soundtrack for gullible Spaniards, complete with bonus jaguar growls from shaken papaya leaves. Your shoulder brushes a bromeliad, cold dew trickling down your spine. Watch for ankle biters. Stone steps hide under mud that smells of wet pennies and forgotten promises. That carving up ahead, not a god, just an overly elaborate watch your head sign. Duck, unless you enjoy concussions served with feminist subtext. The lintel depicts a queen clubbing a war captive. Girl boss energy transcends timelines. Mosquitoes whine past your ear, drawn to your sweet, imported blood type. Should have rubbed yourself with crocodile dung repellent like locals did, but your dignity said no. 9 more paces. Your sandal squelches into mud thick as ceremonial chocolate. Oops, Mayan nobles drank that stuff frothy with chili, their version of a pumpkin spice latte. Leaves rustle above coatis, swing through branches like furry trapeze artists. Noisy little chaos gremlins drop half-eaten fruit that almost brains you. Laugh, it's fine, they're basically rainforest raccoons with better PR. 30 steps now. Vines squeeze stonework into geometric asphyxiation. Touch one, it's vibrating. Wait, no, that's just your pulse thrumming against history's grip. Twilight expires, turning the air between ceiba trunks into liquid obsidian. Your next breath tastes of moss and diesel, some tour boat fighting Dusk's curfew upriver. 20 meters, and civilization drops away. There's just this path, this breathing rock, this blossoming darkness. If you came for answers, congrats. These trees only trade in older questions. Stop, listen. A mango slaps the forest floor, soft as a dropped prayer book. Orchids mock your sunscreen, stench their petals, unfolding like wet silk handkerchiefs. Last thing, that moss under your left foot. Scientists found microbes there that eat plastic. Meanwhile, you still feel guilty about forgetting your reusable straws last Tuesday. Fact, nature humbles hardest when you're already feeling morally crunchy. Stone eyes track your progress, one lid half closed in eternal skepticism. Bet he's seen a million sandals shuffle past, whispering either sacred energy vortex or, oh God, where's the exit? Circle back at dawn. You'd swear he's shuffled positions. But don't tell Reddit's paranormal boards. They get excitable. Your heel grinds something into the path, a pottery shard painted with atlatl darts. Grill masters still use this spear thrower design today, proving mansplain why hunting tools never die. 10 more steps, maybe 50. Who's counting when sweat glues your shirt to your shoulder blades with the permanence of ceremonial lime plaster? Bats shriek overhead, first one, then 50. Their dive-bombing paths etch the dark, early commuters hunting skeeters too dumb to flee. Duck, wingtips skim your hair, the closest you'll get to a jungle hug tonight. Darkness pools in your ears, now, a liquid silence, thickened by frog croaks, tuned to minor chords. One final ceiba looms, buttress roots wide as subway cars. Press your palm here, sap pulses slow and sticky like clockwork set to tree o'clock. Biologists measured these giants, absorbing 25 liters of groundwater daily, then whispering it skyward as dawn mist. Your own throat feels just as parched, swallowing dust, flavored with 2 millennia of ghosts, sharing breath with your carbon dioxide. The path dissolves into mulch, your toes wriggle free of sandal straps. Fine, be naked-footed, the way pilgrims arrived when shoes were luxury items. Cold mud oozes between toes, slick as ceremonial oil. That soft crunch, just snail shells surrendering under your weight, their calcium carbonate bodies rejoining the shrine's foundation. Everything here eats, gets eaten, feeds stone. Turn back if you still can. Those stone eyes glow faintly now. Moonlight, fungal bioluminescence, the locals politely call star rot. Doesn't matter. Your phone won't save you. Signal perished 11 minutes ago. Survival tip: if lost, follow the blue morpho butterflies. Ignore that they're hallucinations brought on by dehydration. Jungle breath ruffles your hair, a breeze already forgetting your face. You came for beauty, the way golden light slants through leaves. But night devours such delicate appetizers. What feeds now is older, hungrier. A pulse vibrating through ceiba roots into your unworthy ankles. Historians still argue whether the Maya timed ceremonies to this exact crepuscular creep. The moment Jade masks traded day eyes for night eyes, your thumbnail scrapes moss off a carving, a serpent's fang revealed under chlorophyll lipstick. This is how they get you, one tiny detail hooking your curiosity like catfish line. Fine, one more bend, one more crumbling step into the ink. That rustle ahead isn't wind, it's the cenote exhaling centuries of drowned prayers straight into your goosebumped arms. Your sandals pause at the stone rim, the jungle holding its breath behind you. Below, a turquoise pool curls like a sleeping cat, its edges crusted with broken altars. Maya priests once tossed jade beads here, pleasing the rain god Chaak with green treasure. Modern divers found over 8,000 pieces. Though you just spot one glitter near your toe, frog-shaped and smaller than a thumbnail. 12 steps descend into shadow, each one slick with spray from the weeping walls. Someone tried counting them in 1932, but the expedition leader swore he got 13 one day, 12 the next. Historians still argue whether cenotes were temples first or secret reservoirs for drought years. Your foot finds the third step, cool even through worn leather, and the air tastes like wet coins. A drip hits your neck, startling as a spider's kiss. You tilt your torch, revealing roots dripping from the ceiling, each root tip glowing where water squeezes through. They say a shout here sounds like whispers, but a whisper booms like thunder. Test it, mouthing hello to no one. The cenote throws your voice against limestone until hello becomes low, 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 fading into the dark. Halfway down, you spot handprints on the west wall, fingers smaller than yours. Some say kids left them during initiation rites. Others claim they're marks of bound prisoners. Your thumb fits a print perfectly, centuries of mineral sweat sealing the touch. At the water's edge, cracked clay bowls litter a ledge, still stained from pulque wine offerings. Crack one between your fingers, smell the ghost of fermented agave, sour and sweet as forgotten birthday cake. Tiny snails cling underneath, their shells striped like pajamas. You flick one gently. It doesn't budge, professional sleeper on duty. The pool's surface reflects your torch in wobbly streaks, except where something pale drifts below. Not a fish, too still, maybe a plastic bag left by tourists. but your light chases it deeper, revealing a limestone slab carved with 4 frogs. Their stone mouths gape upward, waiting for rain that never reaches them now. Twisted vines snake down the eastern wall, throttling a half-sunken statue. Only its head survives, eyes bulbous, lips parted mid-chant. Someone glued googly eyes on it last decade, the glue outlasting the joke. You pluck one off, sticky residue clinging like tree sap, then toss it in the water. It floats, pupils spinning slowly, judging your life choices. Night seeps through the ceiling crack, now turning the pool from turquoise to ink. The steps vanish behind you, consumed by a darkness that feels attentive. Bats flutter far above their wings, scritching like crumpling gift wrap. When your foot finally breaks the water, the cold bites, then numbs. Ripples wake bioluminescent algae, tiny green stars swirling around your ankle. Scientists only identified this glow in 2016. Locals called it witchfire for centuries. Wade deeper, and your legs paint comet trails in the blackness, brief, beautiful, gone. A white heron stares from across the pool, neck coiled like a spring. It knows you're trespassing, but royalty doesn't bother with peasants. 3 heartbeats pass, wings slap water, it's airborne, leaving you alone with the altars and the growing sense you're the watched one now. Your sandals sink into mud as the heron's shadow melts into the trees, leaving you with the statues and their mossy stares. Frog song rises around you, not croaks, but glassy tinks like forks, tapping crystal. Each note hangs in the damp air longer than physics allows, giving the Maya underworld Xibalba a new soundtrack. A palmetto leaf shifts aside, revealing a crouching stone figure smothered in emerald moss. Its nose is chipped off, but the eyes, their polished obsidian, still gleaming after 600 rains. Tendrils of fog curl from its base, smelling of crushed fern and forgotten promises. Historians still argue whether these statues showed real rulers or just ideals sneezed out by sculptors in a hurry. You crouch, fingernails grazing cold stone beneath the fluff, its surface etched with glyphs. One shows a monkey dancing with a jaguar, another has a bee sipping from a skull cup. Local legend claims rubbing the bee brings luck, but your thumb hesitates. Would you trust a drinker of corpse honey? A wet plop hits the statue's head. Your torch swings up, catching a tree frog's golden eyes. Its throat pulses, pumping out another metallic chirp. This one's lime green with blue socks, punk rocker of the amphibian world. Scientists call it Agolichnes calidrias. The Maya called it Chaak's drummer. Little weatherman predicting storms. Midnight droplets slide down the statue's neck, collecting in a mossy beard. That's when you spot the offering, modern, not Maya, nestled between its stony toes. A Hershey's Kiss wrapper folded into a tiny pyramid. Some backpackers joke or plea to caffeine gods for strength. You leave it. Maybe future archaeologists will call it sacred foil. Leaves shudder to your left, not wind, something weightier. Half expecting a jaguar, you freeze. Out trundles an armadillo armored like a tiny tank, snuffling past your foot without fear. Its claws scratch stone, digging for beetles smarter than this dinner plan. Armadillos weren't here when the shrines were built, invaders sneaking north as the world warmed. The frog chorus swells. You count 7 distinct pitches now, a dissonant orchestra tuning up. The howler monkeys went quiet 10 minutes back, night shift changing over. Somewhere, a heron probably gossips about you near a cattail water cooler. Your knees protest as you stand stiff from crouching too long in the dew. The statue watches your stretch, unimpressed, its obsidian eyes catching torchlight. Experts found trace cacao residue on statues like this, proof of sacred chocolate baths for the gods. Imagine dunking this grumpy face in warm cocoa. Bet it wouldn't melt that scowl. Fireflies ignite above the pool one, then 20, mapping constellations. Only they understand. Their light glints off quartz flecks in the statue's shoulders, like buried stars winking awake. Lean closer, and you hear it, a faint click, click, click. Termite jaws chewing history into sawdust, hollowing the stone from within. A frond brushes your neck, same spot that Drip kissed earlier, and you spin torch hissing. Just a leaf, but the statue's expression shifts. Was that smirk there before? Nonsense. Gods don't grin, they tolerate. Then why do Maya comics show gods laughing at mortals tripping over taper poop? The armadillos' snuffles fade eastward, off to dig up someone else's piece. You notice its path, a straight line through ferns, ignoring the winding human trail. Armadillos always choose efficiency, shaming tourist maps with their stubborn geometry. Wind sneaks through the ruins, playing the stony nostrils of nearby masks like flutes. The sounds all wrong, spooky, like a child humming through a broken kazoo. Some claim it's Chaak himself breathing through cracks in the world. More likely, geometry plus damp air, plus your caffeine-starved brain. Something crunches underfoot, not a twig. Step back, find crushed pottery flakes coated in orange lichen. The design shows a spotted cat, either jaguar or ocelot mid-pounce. Rotate the shard, and the spots align with stars in the Scorpius constellation. Archaeologists fight viciously over whether Maya linked their art to star patterns, or just thought constellations looked like drunk doodles. The torch gutters, fuel running low. Its dying light paints the statue's moss beard blood red, making it frown deeper. You should go, but night blooming jasmine just unfurled, dumping perfume into the air like drunk florists. Behind you, leaves crunch again, louder this time, not armadillo feet. Not human, either too many legs. A column of leafcutter ants marches past, each carrying crescent emerald flags, 3 times their size. They flow around your sandal, unbottered off to mulch some rival's garden. Their highway runs straight over the statue's head, citizens of a kingdom that outlasted all others here. You follow their path with your dimming light until the torch spits its last spark. Darkness folds around you, thick, warm, alive with frogs who've waited all day to sing. the statue disappears, but its presence lingers, amused, patient, digesting termites while watching you fumble in the black. Hands brush bark to navigate, finding a tree wider than 3 human hugs. Ceiba, probably, though night steals its details. Press your ear to the trunk. Rumors say you can hear sap rising like underground rivers. All you catch is your own pulse's echo, plus the ants marching up somewhere, doing shift work for a queen who never clocks out. Water droplets patter your scalp again, gentle as a plagize. The rain lasts 4 breaths, just enough to slick the leaves, then stops. Thousands of tiny feet keep marching, scissors snipping night into usable pieces. You follow the ant highway's curve, ankle deep now in water warmer than the night air. Petals drift like pink commas on the surface, stopping to kiss your shins. More jasmine, or maybe bougainvillea, escaped from some jungle villa's garden. Each one floats proof of gravity's laziness here, too sleepy to sink them. Copal smoke ghosts across the cenote's belly. That pine meets vanilla, haze the Maya burned to feed the gods. Sting your eyes a little, holy incense always did. Modern perfume counters steal the scent, flask, it call it sacred rainforest. Missing one key ingredient, though centuries of desperation. The petals gather around a limestone shelf, piling up like tiny life rafts. Reach down, and your fingers brush pottery shards beneath them, smooth as old teeth, terracotta confetti left by broken bowls that once held gifts. This wasn't royalty's garbage. No jade bling here, just humble stuff for thirsty skies. Farmers tossed maize cakes, women spun cotton into floating wishes, kids chucked in figs stolen from breakfast. One petal sticks to your wrist, pink skin on pink skin. Peel it off, reveals a thumbprint fossilized in dried sap. Some teenagers multitasking, offering duty while picking sap for gum. Archaeologists found wads of ancient chicle under benches at Tikal Maya gum chewers, spitting out prayers between molars. A fat drop smacks the water beside you, then another. Look up, no clouds, just a howler monkey pissing through the canopy. Its golden eyes glint down unrepentant, then disappears with a leafy crunch. Maya legend claims monkey urine grows the sweetest cocoa beans, would explain why chocolate's so expensive these days. The copal smell thickens, coming from across the water now. Torchless, you track it like a bloodhound. Knee bumps something underwater round, too light for stone. Lift it, a rubber ball the size of a honeydew, still bouncy after centuries, made from boiled sap, could have been kicked in a game of pock-top-pock. Losers didn't get trophies, just a VIP trip to the afterlife. Moonlight snags on something below, a scatter of spikes. Dive fingers in pull-up, a stingray spine coral-bleached white. Its needle tip still mean enough to draw blood. Priests used these for tongue-piercing rituals, dripping their prayers directly onto pyramid steps. Historians still argue whether it counted as holy babbling or just bad decisions while famished. Your rubber prize bobs away, rolling on tiny waves. Watch it drift toward a shadow where the water swallows light whole. That dark patch guides claim it's a dry cave 20 meters down, stuffed with untouched offerings. Skeptics say it's just bad crap and wishful thinking. Either way, you're not freediving to check tonight. Rain starts again, warm as bathwater, pocking the cenote's face. Petals dive under, then pop back up giggling. This weather's why locals called rain gods Chaak. Same sound as axes splitting wet wood. Some carvings show Chaak crying, which is fair if you had to hydrate half of Mesoamerica. The current tugs your cotton wrap, trying to unwind you like a mummy. Tie it tighter, not mocking your Boy Scout badge from 4th grade. Something silver flickers by your toe, not a fish. Pinch it. A soda can tab, shining like misplaced treasure. Modern wishes weigh less now, aluminum blessings for Wi-Fi gods. Dragonflies skim the petal blankets, blue darts stitching the dark. Their wings hum hymns older than the pyramids, 400 beats per second choirs. Zap you with envy, you can't even clap on rhythm. Silt swirls where you stepped, revealing a mosaic of shell pieces, duck bones maybe, or cracked urchin homes. Squat to look, and the cenote slaps your thigh with a wave. Not wind-made, something big moved below. Catfish granddaddy, or a log remembering when it was a tree. Choose the fish story, more fun, even if it's just lungfish doing yoga. Copal fog ribbons around your neck now, playful as a toddler with a scarf. Makes you sneeze, which echoes off the limestone. Somewhere, a bat squeaks back, mocking your human allergies. Count 17 petals stuck to your legs, now temporary tattoos from the deep. They'll fall off by dawn, taking their secrets with them. On the bank, a firefly lands on your discarded sandal, briefly turning it into Cinderella's ride. The water's warmer here, fed by a spring humans haven't found yet. Scoop a palmful, taste limestone tears, and something else. Not salt, not metal, but green. The flavor of roots drinking deep where no sun whispers. That rubber balls back, bumping your hip like a dog begging for throws. Leave it. Let the cenote keep playing fetch with itself. Your grandma's ring glints pale in the shallows, turned 45 degrees by currents. Twist it straight, its garnet blood dark against moonlit water. The Maya loved red gems too, called them stone blood, power trapped in crystal. Across the pool, ripples spread from nothing, a perfect circle. Wait for the frog, the fish, the fallen mango. Nothing surfaces, just water's memory of something unseen passing through. Kneel on the shelf, palms flat on limestone worn smooth by knee prints. How many others knelt here, sweating out prayers under the same stars. The rich gave gold, the poor gave whispers, and the cenote took both without comment. Rain stops mid-drop, like heaven hit pause. All that's left is the drip-drip from leaves, the lazy swirl of petals, and your own breath syncing with the water's pulse. You could float here until dawn, become another sticky story for the dragonflies to tell. A fish breaches, slapping the surface with its tail. The sound cracks the night open, spilling out cricket song you hadn't noticed was missing. Time to move, or the moss will start growing on your shins. Wade toward shore, petals clinging like shy kids. Your shadow stretches ahead, tall and wavering on the limestone wall. For one heartbeat, it wears a headdress. Blink, and it's just you again, dripping and grinning at the joke. Only ruins understand. Something winks from the mud as you step onto land, not a gem. A bottle cap, fresh rust blooming around its edges. Kick it gently toward the water. Let it sail with the petals. Future archaeologists will call it ceremonial dishware and argue about its spiritual purpose. Your hair drips onto a fern, each drop magnified in its hairy leaves. The fern drinks slow, taking its time, like a wine critic tasting holy water. From the trees, a new cadence joins the cricket choir, 3 notes rising, not frog, not bird, but a fluteless flute. Wind through a crack in the rocks, perhaps, or night itself tuning its orchestra. Walk backwards 12 steps, watching the cenote fold itself away. Petals still spin where you stood, little pink tornadoes, with nowhere urgent to be. The rubber ball rides a moonlit wave toward deeper dark, still bouncing, still game. You step under the crumbling arch, its shadow cooling your rain-damp shoulders. The limestone drinks daylight's last gold, turning all carvings blue and hungry. Look up, 20 stone hands reach toward the sky, fingers stretched like drowning men grasping for air. This wasn't decoration. It was a celestial ladder. The Maya believed kings climbed such arches after death, a toll paid in jade and poetry. The stone presses cold against your palm, evening leaching warmth from 1,000 suns stored inside. Rough patches mimic bark, smooth stretches where pilgrims leaned their brows. Touch the pockmarked elbow of one carved arm. Your skin snags on tiny shells fossilized within the rock. Cenote water built this arch, drop by patient drop, long before human hands reshaped it. A shallow basin waits at the arch's base, filled with rainwater and generations of bad guano. The mix bubbles faintly, chemistry's private joke. That smell, nitrogen sharpness overripe as forgotten bananas, makes your eyes water. A guide once whispered Mayan mortars used this brew to fix pigments, though he also sold genuine alien wristwatches near the parking lot. Carved faces peer from the arch's peak, mouths open in silent wails, or songs, or laughter. Archaeologists labeled them Chaak masks, rain gods fused with the architecture. But tilt your head left, squint, and one looks suspiciously like a howler monkey mid-screech. Historians still argue whether this is sacred symbolism or a stoned sculptor's inside joke. You vote for the simian theory, more fun. Twilight deepens, bluing the carvings until they resemble drowned sailors. Press close, spot numerals etched between fingers, 14 dots and 5 bars. A Mayan 14 easy math for traders counting cocoa beans. Mainstream history claims merchants gathered under arches like these haggling over salt and quetzal feathers. Follow the debate deeper. Some alt-right YouTubers claim it's proof of ancient alien numerology. That's when you stop following. Your ring taps the limestone, click, 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 waking echoes under the arch. Pull up short. The sound mirrors dripping water, funneled through a sea snail's spiral. Priests used conch shells as ritual megaphones, their droning calls carried for miles. Tonight, the cenote answers with a bat's shriek, poor substitute for holy bass notes. Moss slimies your grip where the arch meets earth, nature's moldy velvet upholstery. Peel a strand, it pops like soggy bubble wrap. Underneath, lichen paints the stone sunflower yellow, a color called ulek, last used in the 15th century. Artists' journals praised its glow, failed to mention it smelled like wet dog. The arch straddles an old processional path, each worn step broad as your whole foot. Your toes measure the groove where countless sandals scraped upward, pilgrims dragging reluctant spines toward blessings. Dancers shuffled here too, ankle rattles hissing like angry serpents. If you believe the frescoes at Bonham-Pack, if you don't, they were just folks with bad footwork and excellent percussionists. A cold draft slithers past your ankles, borne deep in the arch's foundations. Pull your collar tight. Too much airflow means hollow spaces below. Cavers found a honeycomb of tunnels last decade, snapped photos of clay pots, then sealed everything when funding dried up. Now, the unseen chamber sits pressuring your souls, invisible souvenir shop of secrets. Chip marks scar the arch's sides, not erosion, but deliberate gouges. Early explorers hacked off samples for Victorian curio cabinets. One chunk ended up propping up a Liverpool pub's dartboard. True story. Left a gash shaped like Florida, if Florida were drunk and bite-sized. Lean against the arch, feel its vertebrae through your shirt. Limestone presses back, patient as a glacier, unbothered by your tenancy. Maya engineers angled these slabs to survive hurricanes. Quarry marks still visible if you crawl beneath the ferns. 60-ton stones moved without wheels, just log rollers and gossip-fueled manpower. Your spine whimpers in sympathy. 2 handprints stain the stone, smaller than yours, palm down in iron-red ochre. A child's memorial or a worker's graffiti. The left print smears at the pinky, as if interrupted mid-signature. You hover your hand above ghost high-five across 13 centuries, close enough to feel residual warmth that isn't there. Dampness spreads through your jeans, where plaster clings, original mortar laced with cactus juice and stubbornness. Sniff, the ghost of sap still bites your sinuses. Workers chewed the glue to make it sticky, spit-sharing across generations. You'd call it unhygienic, but it outlasted steel, so chew on that paradox. The first stars nicker above the arch, Orion's belt dangling like a celestial tool rack. The Maya saw a turtle here, or possibly a 3-legged peccary. Cosmology got playful after dark. You spot a Walmart bag instead, snagged on a ceiba branch totem of our disposable age. Bats flit through the archway, trailing poop pellets like commas. Track one with your finger and notice fresh scratches clean of moss. Diego y Lupita in Neuhart, gouged last Tuesday, if the lichen hasn't lied. Love always finds a canvas, even in UNESCO sites. Your phone buzzes in your pocket, ritual death rattle of modern focus. You silence it. The arch deserves better than LED distraction. Somewhere beneath your feet, an obsidian blade sleeps in the dark, still sharp enough to slice through romance and Wi-Fi signals alike. Moonlight thickens, filling the carved hands with silver fluid. They seem to flex, reaching half-inch higher, but that's your pupils dilating. Blink hard their stone again, dusty and deaf. Unless you turn away, sneak a peek through your lashes. Nope, still motionless. Maya myth warned children about statues that moved when unobserved, kinda like garden gnomes with commitment issues. Cold seeps into your souls now, Earth's fridge door left open. Squat, press your ear to the path. A faint hum thrums up generators. Underground rivers. No technical terms come, just croaky bassoon from hell sounding miles deep. The Cenote's diaphragm, or indigestion. Either way, it's digesting history, one mineral at a time. Wind whistles between stone fingers, tuned to the key of minor regret. Mimic the tone, your lips buzzing like a caveat, and the echo throws it back warped. The arch remixes your sounds, dubstep for druids, proof even rocks mock human efforts. Time to move, the stone's chill starts to bite. Step away, and the carvings lose their 3D effect, flattening into museum postcards. Perspective's cruel that way. You miss them already, those sky-craving hands. Tomorrow, workers will rope off the path, charge admission, sell bottled water where prayers once pooled. You trace one last finger along the arch's spine, rough braille, telling tales of drought and deluge. All human efforts end as geology, sooner or later, just different speeds of surrender. Your sneaker finds the processional path again, leading away from the arch, from the hands, from the cold communion of stone. The cenote exhales behind you, wet breath touching your neck. Don't look back. That's how tourists freeze into legends. But you do, of course, and catch the arch swallowing the last star before dawn comes to argue. Your sandals scuff loose gravel, the path narrowing between sawgrass, blades sharp as obsidian scalpels. Dusk purples the cenote's edge, where a white shape spears the water, wings snapping wide as bed sheets in a hurricane. The night heron freezes mid-strike, one yellow eye pinning you to the spot. Historians love this bird's patience. Maya nobles imitated its stiff posture during sunrise rituals, though nobody admits how ridiculous they looked doing it. Stillness earns you the heron's indifference. It lowers that dagger beak toward the pool. Ripples fan from its twig-thin legs, liquid rings smearing Orion's reflection below. Count them, 11, before the water calms. Cenotes were the empire's bloodstream, thousands of these pools fed cities, through stone channels. Mainstream textbooks skip the fun part. Workers reportedly tossed rubber balls into sinkholes to please rain gods. Imagine sacrificing your weekend pickup game for divine favors. The bird's neck tenses, spring-loaded and quivering. You spot the target, a catfish ghosting just beneath the surface, dumb as a Wi-Fi-less smartphone. Hold your breath, muscles aching in sympathy. The heron's lunge cracks the silence, wings beating air like wet tarps, but comes up empty. It resumes its statue act, now with bonus wounded pride. Frogs jeer from the reeds, a gloating chorus that fades when you step closer. Your shadow stretches across the heron's hunting grounds, 19 feet of clumsy human interruption. The bird glares, teaching you the meaning of side-eye without pupils. Maya artists carved this stare into jade pendants, worn by hunters begging forgiveness from prey spirits. Squint, and you'll find matching heron jewelry on Etsy, minus the spiritual guilt. Night blooms proper now, bruising the water from turquoise to ink. The heron's feathers glow against it, street lamp white, under stars still blushing into view. You count 19 before losing track, a game rulers played while awaiting comet prophecies. Forget telescopes. They used smoked obsidian mirrors, which sounds metal, until you remember that metal here means actual rocks. Cool limestone bites your knees as you crouch, peering at the cenote's edge. Tiny shells glint in the mud, thousands mashed into mortar by workers 1,200 years back. Historians still argue whether these were literal lunch breaks or just bad quality control. You pocket one spiral fragment, its whorls gritty against your thumb, and instantly feel like a grave-robbing raccoon. The heron shifts, one foot curling into a scaly fist. It's carrying baggage, a frayed plastic strip knotted around its ankle. Some tourists snack wrapper reforged as avian shackles. You debate intervention, but the bird stabs the water again, snags a minnow, and swallows defiance whole. Survival trumps fashion statements every damn time. Bats dip low, skimming the cenote for insects drunk on humidity. The heron ignores them, fixated on deeper shadows where big fish lurk. A mosquito whines near your ear, its buzz sawing through the peace like a malfunctioning vape pen. Maya healers used these bloodsuckers in poultices to balance bodily humors, which either means placebo genius or trolling patients they disliked. Your calves cramp, reminding you that stillness has expiration dates. Shift weight gravel crunches, and the heron's head swivels slow as a security camera. Its gaze lingers on your left pocket, where that shell fragment hides. Guilt whispers stories of cenote curses, drowning thieves in 3 inches of bathwater. You almost return the loot, until a frog splashes, distracting everyone's moral compass. Moonlight catches something submerged, a ceramic curve, half buried in silt. Could be a plate, a bowl, or one of those creepy whistles shaped like dying screams. Archaeologists debate their use, ritual noisemakers versus ancient kids' toys. Either way, nobody wants surprise kazoo solos during human sacrifice reenactments. The heron stomps, impatient, with your existential pottery crisis. Rings distort its reflection into a Dali painting, legs stretching impossible lengths across the water. Maya mathematicians calculated infinity with zero. But even they'd blink at this funhouse mirror logic. Your own face ripples beside it, nose bloated, chin dwindling, vanity taking another L tonight. A warm breeze hiccups through the trees, carrying jasmine and something sour. Rotting mangoes, decaying devotionals. The cenote swallows such questions beneath its algae skin. Your heron companion fluffs its feathers, air whistling through hollow quills. And the sound prickles your neck like cold fingers. Bird or banshee, depends how much tequila you had pre-hike. Sudden splashing erupts, something heavy thrashing near the opposite bank. The heron goes arrow straight, neck elongated, ready to flee or throw feathers. You glimpse a dark shape rolling, maybe a tapir, maybe a tourist who ignored no swimming signs. Before the bird flees, it pins you with a final glare, teacher scolding the loud kid. Wings haul it upward, legs dangling like broken kite strings into the indigo throat of night. Alone now, with only stars for witnesses. The abandoned plastic strip glows on the limestone, crime scene tape for an interrupted murder. You peel it free, stick it in your guilt pocket beside the shell shard. 10 paces left, you'll dump both in a trash bin by the parking lot. 7,000 steps back to your rental car, where modernity hums with AC and license plate guilt. But first, one last look at the cenote. Fish dimple the surface, scribbling secrets in braille. Water remembers prayers, they say, even those muttered by plastic-entangled birds or sticky-fingered tourists. History won't note your theft, but the pool's dark eye follows you down the path, patient as the heron, and twice as judgmental. Your sandals scuff against a root thicker than your thigh, its serpentine twist snarling around weathered limestone. What's left of the shrine resembles a half-digested meal, blocks jutting at wrong angles between woody sinews. Strangler figs do this, suffocating temples over centuries while pretending to hug them. Breathe deep, the air tastes like forgotten perfume left in a gym bag, sweetness clawing its way through decay. You crouch, fingers brushing a root's embrace where glyphs still hide beneath. A rabbit's ear, a swirl that might be rain fighting to stay visible. Experts think these carvings tracked harvest cycles or warned about drought seasons sharper than a shaman's flint knife. But here's the thing, could they double as treasure maps? Skeletons in cenotes often clutch jade, but nobody checks inside the fig trees. Rot squelches underfoot as you circle the ruin, revealing a cracked altar propped up by 2 stubborn roots. Its surface blooms with orange fungus, nature's graffiti over kneeling god motifs. Maya priests once piled cocoa beans, here currency, as precious as gold traded bead by bead for turquoise from lands up north. Imagine buying a house with candy. Historians still argue whether the beans were ever counterfeit, or if divine wrath handled fraud cases. A root snaps under your heel, a wet crack like breaking celery stalks. Deep inside the shrine's guts, something clatters, as if the stones just flinched. Probably just a lizard fleeing your tourist vibes, or the ghost of whichever architect forgot to factor in killer trees. They called figs the green jaguars, silent but hungry for man-made order. Moonlight leaks through the canopy, spotlighting a loop of vine near your ankle. You yank it, and a root shivers all the way to the shrine's peak, sprinkling grit into your hair. Congratulations, you've just tickled a building. Some fringe researchers claim tree roots preserve whispers in resin, ancient chants trapped like amber-encased bugs. Lean close, but all you hear is termites chewing history into sawdust. The altar's edge bites your palm, surprisingly warm against the jungle's clammy breath. Rot spreads its fingers here, sporing the air with wet cellar musk, while night-blooming jasmine fights back with grocery store candle intensity. That's the scent Maya nobles wore, their sweat glands pumping luxury pheromones as they taxed your beans. A firefly blinks 3 times by your ear, its Morse code implying you're in its seat. You retreat, heel squashing a snail who chose the worst pilgrimage route. Its shell crunches with regrettable crispness, like eating chips during a funeral. Priests used these mollusks for dye, boiling thousands to paint murals blue, a color reserved for sacrifice victims. Imagine your last outfit being bug juice. Your thumb finds a glyph spared by the roots, a squared spiral that prickles like braille. Some call it a storm symbol, others claim it's the first ever maze doodle. Play a game, trace it without lifting your finger. You fail at turn 5, distracted by ants marching across the O of some dead king's name. They carry fungus petals like tiny umbrellas, prepared for rain gods who might spit on schedule. Nearby, a fig seedling wedges itself into a crack no wider than a knife blade. Teenage ambition at its hungriest, this sapling wants to swallow the shrine whole by next Tuesday. Mentally apologize to the altar. You can't unsee its fate. Rain starts warm drops, smearing the rot jasmine cocktail into airborne soup. Time to retreat. But the shrine's roots seem tighter when you turn away, as if offended by your escape attempt. Breathe deeper this time. Let the funk coat your lungs. 3 fireflies now orbit your head, crowning you with hiccup light. You half expect the fig tree to whisper a discount on Jade. Moonlight shifts, and the roots cast jail cell shadows across the path. Your souvenir from this communion, a jasmine petal stuck to your shirt, reeking of conflict and unspoken apologies, and an irrational urge to thank the tree for playing nice. A jasmine petal clings to your collar, its scent now clashing with the humid promise of rain. You squint at the path ahead, where moonlight surrenders to ink. The first firefly blinks, so close its light glazes your cheek. 50 more ignite in sequence, stitching constellations across the black water below. Scientists say their flashes sync through enzyme rhythms, but Maya priests timed ceremonies by these living lamps. Your sandal slips on a moss-slick step, fingernails scraping limestone to catch balance. The fireflies don't care, they're busy with aerial sock hops above God's forgotten swimming hole. One drifts near, revealing barn door, wings wider than your thumbnail. Male Photinus carolinus, showing off his double green pulse to anyone interested. Knee-deep in leaf litter now, you spot shadows swirling beneath the water's obsidian skin. Scholars mapped over 1,000 cenotes like this, natural wells the Maya called mouths of the underworld. But fringe guides swear some pools hide floating cities, distorted by depth into shimmering nonsense. You squint, ripples rearrange moonlight into phantom towers, then dissolve. Black water mirrors each firefly flash, doubling their numbers into an inverted army. Their reflections pulse like sonar pings, searching for something drowned centuries ago. Dive teams found jade masks down there, and skeletons folded like love letters. Historians still argue whether those bones were messengers to gods or teenagers who sneaked off for a moonlight swim. A firefly lands on your wrist, its abdomen glowing through paper-thin skin. This close, you see the factory machinery. Inside, the cold, cruel math of luciferin meeting oxygen. One wrong move, and you're the monster who crushed a disco ball. Maya mothers once told children to swallow fireflies, believing their light would reveal lies. Imagine glowing every time you fibbed about stealing mangoes. Something plops in the water, punctuating the insect hum. The fireflies scatter their formations, broken like dropped puzzle pieces. Count to 17, they regroup as if magnetized. Ancient star maps displayed similar patterns, linking bug light to celestial highways. But was it navigation, or just entomologists projecting? Your calf muscle cramps, the betrayal of dehydration, and too many cenote steps. You kneel, palms sinking into mud that bubbles with methane sighs. Here's a secret. Many sacrificial artifacts were planted in modern times, souvenir scams for rich anthropologists. Real treasures stay hidden under catfish bellies and turtle nests. Fireflies brush your ears now, daring you to swat. Their wings hum Beatles covers, off-key but enthusiastic. Touch one just once and feel the engine heat through its exoskeleton pocket rocket. Moonlight bleeds through ceiba leaves, spotlighting a half-sunken canoe tangled in mangroves. They hollowed these from single logs, trade vessels smuggling cocoa and quetzal, feathers up the coast. This one looks chewed by time's teeth, its ribs poking through algae fur. You peel a splinter, sap still sticky after 800 years. The water's edge froths with sudden silver, fish rising to gulp glowworms, mistaking liquid for sky. Dinner and a show. Laughter bubbles up, stifled by the thought of waking gods below. Maya legend says cenotes lead to Xibalba, where ballgame losers became wallpaper. Thunder grumbles beyond the mountains, too lazy to fully roll over. Fireflies flare brighter, each flash a tiny protest against the coming storm. Their Morse code crescendos, signaling what? Mating urgency, escape plans, complaints about your human scent fouling the VIP section. Rain taps your shoulders, warm as bathwater spat from the clouds. Fireflies vanish, retreating to waterproof leaves. The black water writhes now, pocked with rain dimples that erase all reflections. You're the last light here, dripping and foolish, until the first lightning fork stabs the horizon, and the pool remembers how to glow. Raindrops still chase each other down your neck, jungle downpour reduced to a sulky drizzle. Thunder's tantrum left the air ionized, every hair on your arms standing at attention. Then it happens. A roar tears through the dripping trees, deep enough to vibrate your ribs like a temple drum. Not angry, not sad, just older than your species' first clumsy steps. You freeze, mid-squish, in mud that smells like wet pennies. 3 more howls answer each from a different compass point. Male howler monkeys, their calls can carry 5 kilometers through soup-thick air. Modern Maya call them jungle governors, but ancients believed their voices were wind gods clearing paths for hurricanes. Another roar, closer now, shakes water from the leaves above. Scientists claim their hyoid bone acts like a resonating chamber, amplifying baritone notes to bowel-loosening decibels. You're pretty sure ones, just annoyed you stepped on his clean laundry. Lightning flickers, silhouetting a hulking shape 30 feet up in a kapok tree. Shoulders like a rugby player, tail coiled like a question mark. His eyes reflect your feeble phone light, 2 emerald coins in the blackness. Historians still argue whether pre-Columbian hunters tracked monkeys by scent or just followed the sound of existential dread. Droplets plink into your collar, muffled by that guttural cry rising again. It starts at subwoofer, climbs to heavy metal, then fractures into a cough. Monkeys get stage fright too. 13 females likely glare at him from nearby branches, unimpressed by tonight's performance. Your knees unlock, one cautious step toward a mossy boulder. Sitting feels safer when the trees themselves sound predatory. Maya glyphs show monkey men writing poetry, their inky fingers claw-deep in bark paper books. Bet they edited out the belching. Westward, the alpha's call triggers a domino effect of screeches. A troop's claiming territory, warning, rivals this cenote's happy hour, is members only. You half expect a bouncer monkey to demand ID. Rain revives, needling your scalp as the chorus swells. 7 distinct voices, now moms scolding infants, blending with bachelors faking bass tones. Zoologists swear it's about food or mating, but you've heard karaoke nights with less passion. Something thuds behind you, a half-eaten berry hitting mud. Updraft carries the smell overripe promise mixed with monkey fur musk. Howlers ferment fruit in their guts, turning breakfast into low-grade jungle moonshine. Ever see a hungover primate? Neither have scientists, which sounds like dodgy research priorities. Lightning dies, plunging the cenote into amphibian-lit gloom. The roars sink now, a predatory Gregorian chant, prickling your medulla oblongata. Rotate toward the loudest howler your shoulders, mimicking his tree limb hunch. Evolutionary psychologists call this mirror neurons firing. You call it not wanting to be shrieked at. Dawn's first mosquito finds your ear, a wine lost under monkey thunder. May upon merchants once traded live howlers as pets, tethered with jade collars in royal courtyards. Can't picture royalty enjoying 5 a.m. serenades unless they were really into avant-garde alarm clocks. Rain pools in your sandals, a squelch answered by another roof-shaking cry. 5 howlers coordinate now, their overlapping roars forming acoustic hieroglyphs in the air. One sounds suspiciously like anybody forgot to turn off the tap. Your shirt clings, chlorophyll stains mapping every stumble through wet foliage. Monkey eyes track your retreat, glowing dots multiplying like unblinking cricket spectators. Cenote water swirls, with each new howl ripples slapping limestone like applause for nature's loudest ventriloquists. Darkness thins to steel gray, monkey opera fading as troops retreat for morning naps. A branch cracks leaves raining down as your lead vocalist ambles away. He pauses, one final roar shredding the mist, then dissolves into green shadow. You exhale, realizing your fists clenched tight enough to leave nail marks. Adrenaline retreats, leaving hollow bones and eardrums begging for aspirin. Above the cenote, vultures replace monkeys on the kapok branches. Their silence feels like a critique. Light bleeds eastward, gilding the tallest trees. Pale rays expose handprints on a nearby stela, faded ochre outlines where someone once pressed their palm and whispered something. Monkey fur clings to the stone golden threads, catching the newborn sun. Storm-washed and shivering, you press your own hand against the ghostly imprint. Cold rock warms slowly, proof you hadn't imagined the night's chorus. Thunderheads linger, bruised purple mountains, shouldering last night's tantrum. A wet howler feather spirals down, landing in your open pack like a complaint filed in triplicate. You leave it there, a fuzzy trophy whispering mannequin. He who shouts, in a dialect silenced 8 centuries ago. Dawn winds scattering the last monkey sentries to their leafy bunkers. Raindivers shimmer where light breaches the canopy. Sun shafts strobing through bullet ant highways. Your sandals find the trail again, mud yielding like softened wax. By the 3rd ceiba tree, you realize what's missing. The jungle's heartbeat quieted howler opera, replaced by spider silence, and the drip 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 of storm-soaked bromeliads. A toucan croaks, its call oddly tinny after the primate's surround sound wrath. One final check over your shoulder, the cenotes, water black and smooth as obsidian once more. Was that a tail flickering through high branches, or just wind bullying the leaves? You mimic the howler's signature growl, low and instinctual, half hoping for a reply. The jungle swallows your puny echo whole. Torchlight licks the damp wall, revealing a child-sized handprint in vivid red. Your own fingers hover, not quite touching pigment, older than your grandparents' grandparents. The Maya mixed ochre with tree gum and orchid nectar. Historians still argue whether these prints were signatures or prayers pressed into stone. Your sandal slips on limestone, polished smooth by centuries of bare feet. Steadying against the wall, you leave sweaty smudges beside those ancient palms, like time-lapse photos of skin meeting rock. Archaeologists found 137 handprints in Acton Tunishil, Mucknell Cave, most from adolescents. One fringe theory claims they're artist autographs from the scribes who painted prophecies. Water beads along the ceiling, each drop exploding like liquid fireworks, where torch heat meets chilly air. Red pigment swirls under the flames, vermilion dancing with burnt sienna, as if the artists stirred emotions into their paint pots. Some prints show crooked pinkies, a detail too intimate for mere ritual. You crouch, holding the torch closer, counting 5 distinct hand sizes along the stretch. One's missing half its ring finger. Knuckle ridges preserved like fossilized waves, microscopic skin cells, maybe still clinging to jagged limestone pores. 80 generations breathed this air since these palms pressed wet paint, and your breath hitches thinking about it. Torch smoke stings your eyes, mingling with the cave's wet dog smell. Fingertips brush cold mineral red, the ochre grainier than bookstore dust. Didn't crumble, those orchid binders knew their chemistry. You sniff, half expecting jasmine notes, but catch only torch oil and old water. A handprint near the floor looks tentative, fingers splayed like learning piano chords. Maybe an apprentice's first sacred graffiti, fired by teenage audacity. Modern Maya guides whisper these small prints belong to the ink children, ghosts who repaint prophecies each full moon. Your torch sputters, casting arthritic shadows that loom then shrink, playing puppets with your pulse. Yellow light finds a smeared print, as if someone jerked away mid-application. Nearby, a chunk of hematite lies half buried in gravel the raw, or these artists might have ground into blood-warm paint. Wisdom hits. You're the last link in an 8th century chain, fingers, almost touching fingers across the dark. Bodhisattva vibes fade when a bat squeaks overhead, reminding you not to romanticize past flea bites and dysentery. Torchlight wobbles your arm tiring, but reveals more prints veering left around a corner. 2 seem to clasp, red palms overlapping in eternal high five. Or were they lovers leaving joint tags before the Spanish came recruiting souls? You straighten, spine cracking like a bowl of milk-soaked Rice Krispies, and follow the trail. Cool air rushes from deeper darkness, bringing whispers of standing water and wet stone. Historians still argue whether the red symbolized lifeblood or just came cheapest at the mineral market. A rat scuttles from your boot, its shadow Kafkaesque, against the hand-printed wall. Your flame sways, making the oldest prints shimmer like fresh wounds, while torch smoke paints new stains on the ceiling. 30 steps in the passage narrows, shoulders grazing walls, where handprints cluster like crimson barnacles. One print's ring finger bears a spiral tattoo in the pigment, a detail no archaeologist's paper mentions. Must have been the Banksy of 1200 AD. The air tastes metallic now, or maybe that's fear's aftershave. Torch shows fewer prints ahead, the artists losing interest, or being hurried along by something growly in the dark. You touch the spiral-marked print, its grit clinging like ancestral regret before pressing on. A sudden screech splits the air, high-pitched as a boiling kettle, before the cave wall erupts into leathery motion. You duck, torch flame flattening under the bat storm's windrush as hundreds pour from a crevice above. They swirl like ink dropped in water, black chaos twisting toward the distant Cenote's moonlit surface. Your scalp prickles where wingtips graze hair, each bat smaller than a child's palm, but collective as a hurricane. Breath catches, part awe, part rabies anxiety, as their tide drags cool air behind it. Scientists clocked free-tailed bats here, diving at 60 miles per hour, faster than city traffic. The swarm thins, last stragglers skimming your torch, fur reeking of ammonia and wet umbrella. Your pulse drums a guilty rhythm. Modern you fears disease, while the Maya saw them as night gardeners spreading fig seeds. Historians still argue whether bat carvings at Chichen Itza show guardians or death whistling through temples. Something crunches under your sandal. Torchlight reveals a spongy gray carpet, centuries of guano piled thicker than mattress foam. An old guide once swore bat dung paid for 3 Spanish galleons, tax men collecting it like gold dust. You lift your foot, grit clinging like damp coffee grounds, to spot fossils in the muck, shrimp shells, beetle wings, a tiny bird skull swallowed mid-flight. The floor whispers of meals eaten 800 midnights ago. A lone bat circles back, swooping near your face, echolocation clicks ticking like a Geiger counter on meth. Its wrinkled snout sniffs torch smoke, black bead, eyes judging your intrusion. You stand statue, still, pretending to be stylish cave daker, until it zips into darkness. Torch glare finds the ceiling's nursery, hundreds of pink pups clinging to rock furred with microbial velvet. Their baby squeaks mesh into one ghostly dial tone. You dim the flame, not wanting to orphan the universe's ugliest cherubs. Cool mist washes your cheeks, the cenote breathing up through bat-disturbed air. Leather wings still echo in your ears, their sound lingering like popped balloons rubbed on silk. Mayan rain god Chaak loved cenotes, gateways where he'd rise from the underworld with storm clouds in his fists. Guano squishes between your toes with each step, a sensation like walking on soggy cereal. You make mental notes. 1. Apologize to future archaeologists for sneaker prints in sacred poop. 2. Google if bat baths exist. The swarm's last cries fade, replaced by water's lazy lap against stone. Your torch reflects off the cenote, now starless black after the bat's feast, no ripples, as if they never touched the surface at all. Sweat trickles where bat wind chilled your neck. You touch the spot, fingers coming away, gritty, with powdered limestone, and who knows what else. 80-proof hand, sanitizer fantasies, bloom, crushed by reality's shrug. The Maya thrived here without Purell for millennia. Torchlight skirts the water's edge, revealing tiny bones, fish spines, frog jaws, discards from the furred thunderstorm's midnight buffet. One bone looks suspiciously like a mouse's tiny pelvis, nature's joke about who's predator and prey. Wind sighs through the cave mouth, carrying the green scent of Palo Santo trees outside. The bats won't return till dawn, their leather wings folding like tired origami in hidden crevices. You stare at the empty nursery, rocks still warm with the memory of crowded fur. Above the waterline, 6 bat silhouettes flutter across the wall, your torch making shadow puppets of their afterimage. Your free hand mimics their dive fingers, fluttering toward moonlit waves below. Even your clumsy imitation feels sacred, like replaying the flight of living ink blots. A single feather drifts down, striped black and white, a failed bat snack from some unlucky bird. It floats on the cenote, current spinning it slow as a rusty weather vane. You leave it be, knowing daybreak's ants will claim it for their queen's pillow. Teeth chatter not from cold, but the cave's lingering electricity, that many lives moving as one thing. It hums in your marrow. Maya glyphs sometimes showed bats as glyphs of rebirth, their nightly exodus mirroring souls, leaving dark tombs for sky. You step toward the exit, guano squelching a grudging farewell underfoot. Torchlight jumps ahead, finding wet footprints leading deeper into darkness. Your own souls left them last Tuesday, waiting like patient time capsules in the chill air. The guano's swampy grip releases your souls as you step into the cenote, black water swallowing your ankles, then knees, then hips. Cold climbs your bones like ivy, chasing away the bat cave's sticky heat. Orion's belt shivers on the surface, 3 stars stretched into liquid snakes by the current's pull. Your cotton wrap swirls around your thighs, tugged southward where the passage narrows. This waterway once ferried pilgrims, Maya priests floating toward Xibalba's gate with jade in their teeth. Mainstream history books love that tidbit, forgetting ordinary folks swam here too, just to escape July heat. A submerged step crunches underfoot, slippery with algae you'd pay good money not to name aloud. Torchlight dives below the surface, revealing axe marks on limestone. Hands carved these holds 800 years past, maybe workers hauling ceremonial drums, or teens sneaking midnight swims. Laughter bubbles up yours, startlingly loud in the tunnel's throat. 21st century, you worries about flesh-eating amoebas, while your toes find a perfect foothold. Some dead mason left as a gift. Water sloshes against your ribs, carrying the scent of wet jasmine and something muskier. Tapirs might have drunk here last night, their dinosaur feet squishing the same mud Mayan guides once warned was spirit clay. Historians still argue whether royalty bathed here before big meetings, or if that's European projection, mistaking ritual for spa day. A drip echoes ahead, plink, plink, like a clock ticking inside the rock. Your torch sputters, showcasing a cathedral-high ceiling where tree roots dangle like torn puppet strings. One root wears a necklace of river shells, offering or accident. Your fingers brush crusty edges, sending a hermit crab fleeing into darkness. Half-submerged glyphs glare from the left wall, a crab carved beside crossed spears. Feast records maybe, or a warning for clumsy waiters. You track the carvings toward a recess bright with pebbles turquoise, cacao shells, all piled neat as a supermarket display. But it's the broken jar that hooks your gaze. Honeycomb still clinging to red clay, as if scooped yesterday. Stingless bees once made gold for the Maya, their honey funding wars and weddings alike. Shop a highway craft market today, and you'll find ancient honey pots suspiciously free of 8th-century-old stickiness. The current strengthens, nudging you toward a bend where stalactites teeth the waterline. You sidestep a limestone fang, palms scraping rock furry with microbial life. Slimy isn't the word. This feels like petting a drowned yeti. Orion's reflection shreds as you wade deeper, stitching back together only when you pause. Breathing costs focus now, chest tight in the tunnel's shrinking hug. Yet Maya divers navigated this without oxygen tanks. Cotton ropes their lifelines, lungs bursting for the glory of Chaak. A flicker of silver darts between your knees, fish too fast for torch beams to name. Its little wake splashes your chin, tasting of iron and lemon leaves. You hum a thank you. Local species deserve their privacy when skinny, dipping with tourists. Mica sparkles under ripples like spilled glitter, leading your eye to an opening ahead. Moonlight bleeds through hanging vines, revealing a shaft where water falls 10 feet down. The Maya might have lowered offerings here or tossed bad tax collectors. Wind sneaks in from somewhere, playing your wet wrap like a warped flute. Goosebumps rise on arms you can't rub, warm hands busy, keeping the torch clear of greedy waves. Modern adventurers underestimate how much ancient journeys relied on stubbornness and dry kindling. 3 owl hoots echo topside, reminding you time still exists beyond this liquid dark. Your toes curl inside sandals, grateful they're leather, not plastic. Biodegradable if the cenote claims you whole. A ledge beckons waist-high, cradling a moss bed softer than 5-star hotel towels. Here's the quirky part. Their pillow moss, same stuff nobles used after too much fermented bark beer. You pat it fondly, nature's memory foam outliving empires. Torch glow finds handprints on the ceiling, ochre palms pressed where air meets water. Women's hands mostly, smaller thumbs splayed like tree frogs mid-leap. Some academics claim midwives left these while blessing newborns. Others mutter about drought-induced panic rituals. The debate fades as you spot the cavern ahead, walls narrowing to a corridor barely shoulder wide. Your lungs veto deeper exploration. Modern air sacs, unfit for ancient pilgrim tunnels. Backing up stirs the silt floor, gray clouds blooming where your feet retreat. 30 retreating steps return you to chest-high water, Orion's belt hole again overhead. Bats shriek far behind their dinner party, still raging without you. Funny how places feel different leaving, like the cave itself turned around to watch you exit. Something bumps your hip, a waterlogged branch at first glance, until torchlight shows carved eyes. The wooden snake's last paint flakes as you lift it, tongue long eaten by rot. Ritual object or kid's lost toy. Either way, you set it adrift toward deeper dark. Let Chaak decide its fate. Fingers prune, reminding you humans aren't cavefish or gods. One last look at the dripping passage, portal closing behind your cowardly modern spine. The Maya would have pushed further, or died gloriously trying. You paddle toward moonlight torch, hissing its swan song in the damp air. Water drips from your elbows as you wade ashore, each step heavier, without the cenote's buoyant kiss. A breeze nips your soaked back torch-spitting embers onto damp sand. Your big toe stubs, something half-buried, jolting you awake better than espresso. Scraping mud reveals curved clay, orange as apricot jam under the guttering flame. Paint spots leap across its surface, black dots on burnt umber swirls. That's no accident. Some artist meant this jaguar to prowl forever. Mainstream museums will tell you royalty wore pelts to council meetings, symbols of knight's authority. You cradle the shard, edges worn smooth as river stones. Torchlight deepens the grooves, exposing teeth bared mid-snarl. Funny thing, research crews once dug up a statue with real jade fangs near Tikal. Public reports called it ceremonial. Locals whispered about angry artifact thieves getting what they deserved. Thumb testing the curve, this was part of a bowl maybe, or a ceremonial drumskin. Historians still argue whether such pieces decorated altars or held somebody's breakfast chili. Your stomach growls agreement. 3 hours since those hotel plantain chips. Holding the fragment upward, the jag's eye aligns with a star your app can't name. Ma'am Maya guides down in Campeche, say predators' spirits nest in their images, sleeping until blood wakes them. You wipe away a mud clump, hoping it's dirt, not dried sacrifice residue. Wind shifts, carrying a whiff of wet dog from deeper jungle. Coincidence? This creature's muzzle wrinkles as if smelling you back. Jaguars ruled the underworld in local lore, their shadows swallowing wrongdoers whole. Modern governments pay farmers not to shoot the last 100 survivors. Rain patters the leaves, sizzling where drops hit your torch handle. You shield the relic under your palm touch, confirming its grit like cinnamon sugar. Funny potters south of Merida still mix volcanic ash for that same texture. Rubbing the reverse side, your nail finds crosshatch grooves, maybe the maker's signature. Your high school ceramics never looked this fierce, unless you count that sentient ashtray phase sophomore year. A howler monkey screams west of camp, freezing your shoulders for 18 shaky breaths. 20, counting your heartbeat. When you check the shard again, the torch has shifted, painting the snarl with fresh shadows. Optics experts debate whether flickering fire gave these images life to ancient eyes. Right now, you don't need footnotes to feel watched. Dawn bleeds gold through the canopy, creeping over your muddy ankles. Crickets surrender to parrots and peeping frogs. Birds don't care about sacred relics, but they hush when you tilt the shard toward sunrise. Orange light floods the clay, spots glowing like fresh ink. One jagged edge pricks your thumb, drawing a red bead perfect for smearing on some long-gone altar. You laugh, pressing the cut to your mouth instead. Archaeologist credentials revoked. The fragment warms in your grip, stored sunlight waking after centuries underground. Museum tags would display it behind glass. Label it Meyer effigy medium circuminous 880. Right here, you call it the last souvenir before breakfast. Jungle heat returns with a vengeance, steaming the relic dry as you trudge toward camp. Every 10 steps, another detail emerges. A claw scratch here, offset stripes suggesting motion. Might have been a dancing jaguar, a king's court jester with murder mittens. Where path meets dirt road, your fingers tighten on the shard. Guides warn against removing artifacts. Disturbed spirits trailing greedy tourists home. But this isn't loot. It chose you jumped up and bit your stupid toe, remember. Realizing you're arguing with an imaginary park ranger, you slide the piece into your wrap's wet folds. Let it ride shotgun back to civilization. Let modern skeptics question its story. Rain starts again, cold drops needling your sunburned neck. The shard thumps your hip with every step heartbeat of a ghost big cat. You glance back, seeing vines swallow the path hole. Funny, even broken. The jaguar's teeth fit clean into your palm as keys fit locks. They said all creatures feared the beast lords. They forgot clay stays hungry longer than flesh ever could. Fumbling to relight the torch, you almost miss the water's sudden alchemy. Moon smashes itself against the cenote, 1,000 silver shards stabbing the black mirror. Each flicker makes your pulse quicken liquid mercury, dancing just beyond reach. Your toes squelch back into muck, wider ripples spreading like fractures in glass. Center of the pool glows brightest, where catfish break the surface with blobs of shadow. There after night bugs, skilled in ancient vacuuming duties. Pour concrete over this place tomorrow. They'd still suck snacks through manhole covers. One hand trails the water, cold shock after the jungle's clinging heat. Historians still argue whether the Maya timed rituals to moon phases, or just liked how it lit up their jade bling. Sugar moon, storm moon, blood moon, surprise. They wrote it all down in bark paper books before dampness ate most of them. Leaning closer, a fish swirls under your fingertips. Its back flashes the same gunmetal gray as that fighter jet over Cancun last Tuesday. You make a mental note. Catfish, nature's stealth bombers. Light slithers up your arm now, quivering lines imagined as threads by old priests. They had a name for this, Ixchel's weaving, each ripple a stitch in destiny's soggy quilt. Modern folks down in Valladolid will sell you destiny readings by these same waters for 20 American bucks and your Instagram handle. Suddenly, both knees remember you've been crouching. Stand too fast, dizzy stars joining their aquatic twins. Torch hisses, warning against an overeager root. Whole constellations blink below your feet, Orion doing the backstroke, beside Maya star gods nobody bothered to rebrand. A coconut plops into the pool, sending concentric panic through the silver web. Fish dive moon, shatters harder, bats skitter overhead, like escaped punctuation marks. You smile, knowing exactly why pottery vases showed bats spitting water. Artists hanged out here nightly, doodling truths in glyphs nobody rushed to censor. Scooping water clears sweat from your brow. Taste it, limestone, and the ghost of 1,000 orchid roots. Some geology nerd told you once, this very sip took 40 years to filter through bedrock. Congratulations, you're hydrating with vintage H2O older than your swimsuit's elastic. Cool party trick if party guests cared about aquifers. Something bumps your submerged heel. Not fish, tree limb. You freeze, pedicured foot, suddenly feeling like bait on a hook. Moonlight cooperates by dimming behind a cloud. Several thousand years of oral folklore whisper. Maybe don't wiggle your toes right now. Cloud passes. The offender floats into view, rotted log cozy as a crocodile spa day. Laughter bubbles up silent, but for the bat's irritated squeaks. Relaxing your foot, its shadow could pass for a baby anaconda in low light. Your heartbeat straps on training wheels, retreating from hummingbird speed. Eyes adjust anew, spying clay shards 50 steps clockwise along the bank. That one shaped like a turtle shell. This one suggesting a cheeky monkey profile. Scoop them sneakily into your palm, broken chorus of kitchenware ghosts. Fireflies, remembered suddenly, flicker only when you don't stare straight at them. Same rule applies here. The best moon glitter happens in peripheral vision. Focus too hard, you're left tracking bathwater ripples instead of magic. Priestesses probably had rules about this. Don't squint at gods. They get camera shy. Casting one shard back, it skips thrice before surrendering with a gulp. Historians love debating whether cenotes were strictly ceremonial or the ancient equivalent of swimming hole tick-tock spots. You vote both. Every generation needs somewhere to dunk rivals and dunk themselves. Your missing jaguar shard hums against your hip, wrapped in yesterday's damp bandana. No signs of supernatural hitchhiking. Yet, legends mention clay vessels waking hungry after moon exposure, might explain that taco stand charge pending on your credit card, kneeling closer, ignoring pebbles biting into your shins. Up close, the fractured silver dissolves into ordinary wavelets. That's the scam with miracles. Zoom in enough, and they're just physics showing off. Steam rises off your shoulders, body heat battling the water's chill. For a heartbeat, you're the exact temperature of forgotten soup. A fish jumps, landing with a smack that echoes off the cenote walls. Ripples collide, forking moonlight into braids. Remember the diagrams, textbook layouts of Maya celestial myths. Crossed threads, meaning crossroads, portals, cosmic armpits. None of those tidy lines captured water's live performance. Moon climbs higher, dragging its shattered self toward the western treeline. You count 12 splinters still dancing, then 83 pointlessness, wrapped in momentary wonder. Archaeologists found shell discs incised with lunar counts, some accurate within 4 hours per cycle. Without telescopes, scratch that without Starbucks. Palm pressed flat now, letting water support its weight. Flesh becomes odd island, coastline besieged by liquid mercury. They believed Ixchel's threads could sew destinies to skin binding victims or volunteers for divine puppet shows. Far shore rustles, a raccoon's eyes reflecting the same fractured glow. You too lock gazes. It probably judges your life choices. Historians would call this a spirit encounter. Your stomach just wants the granola bars back in your day pack. Slow ripples spread, patterns reordering every second. No camera could ever trap this. Light knows how to outrun paparazzi. Stay still enough, breath matching wave slosh, and the illusion holds. Blink catfish have rewoven the silver into something unrecognizable. Thirst prods you at last, cupping a handful to your lips. 40-year-old limestone water tastes like licking a cave, but smoother than your hotel's alleged purified tap. Standing stretches each vertebra, loud pops, startling a dove from its roost. Torch splutters its death rattle loud in the sudden quiet. Moon wins ownership of the night again, silver threads fraying where your legs disturb them. Final glance at the water, one shard spirals like a dying disco ball. Reality reasserts itself, mosquito whine by your ear, pebble in your left sandal. Hangnail snagging on damp fabric, walking backward, because some endings deserve respect. The cenote shrinks to a coin of light between trees. Each step muffles the water's metallic glitter. Something wet slides down your ankle, perspiration. Not a spirit thread plucking at your tendons. Your bandana-wrapped shard pulses once, warm against your hip bone. Priests would interpret that as a divine nudge. You recognize gas from overripe jackfruit near the parking lot. Clouds muscle in swallowing moonlight whole, snuffing the last glimmers under black wool. Fingers brush a tree trunk for guidance bark, identical to Braille novels nobody bothered to translate. Your knees know the path before your eyes adjust. Cool sand replaced by root-knuckled trail. Someone far back probably wrote poems about Ixchel's threads. Ink fading long before dawn's glare found the page. Tonight's performance, closed to all but catfish and raccoons, bolts itself shut behind your retreating shadow. Your sandal catches, knocking loose a chipped ring of charcoal-blackened stones. They roll apart like disgraced sentries, revealing dust so parched it repels moonlight. Kneeling, your palm hovers over packed earth, needing no flame to feel warm. 15 fist-sized rocks form a lopsided circle, edges blistered by ancient heat. Turn one over its underside glazed blue-green as a macaw's feather. Archaeologists dig up thousands like these, proof the Maya dined on royal barbecues under these same stars. Mainstream truth. Oyster shells pile thicker than fallen leaves at coastal sites. But here, in the jungle's humid belly, they crunch underfoot like fossilized potato chips. Poke the center patch, expecting ash. Instead, your finger stubs against a broken plateau of clamshell cement. 100 intact oysters fused by flames. A stubborn honeycomb of calcium refusing to rot. Experts think they crushed shells to strengthen plaster, but this heap feels accidental. Like someone spaced out and overcooked happy hour snacks. Smell lingers, not wood smoke, but the ghost of salt and burning seafood. Your stomach growls, betrayed by the memory of buffet shrimp at the resort. Tonight's dinner fights back, charred mollusk ghosts lecturing your gut about respect. Chalky grit coats your nail beds, lingering like evidence. Funny cultures hoard shells as money elsewhere. Here, they're abandoned like stale party confetti. Centuries of feasts, scavenged by coatis and washed by rains, yet 19 shells still cling together. Defiant little bastards of biomatter. Sudden breeze pricks your neck, whiffing phantom smoke straight from the past. Historians still argue whether these were ritual fires or just Stone Age grilling pits. Find an obsidian blade nearby, it's ceremonial. Find fish bones, it's date night under the ceiba trees. Shuffle sideways, crushing dried seed pods that pop like microgrenades. Oops, your apologetic mumble sounds too loud, centuries of banquet whispers snuffed by your clump-footed tourism. Spotlight from your dying phone reveals pockmarks in the shells, teeny stab wounds. Hungry diners pried them open with pointed sticks. Efficient if you ignore the risk of impaling your palm. Imagine the ER scrolls, fourth ruler of Tikal, out for 6 weeks speared by his own appetizer fork. Lean closer, inhaling mineral sharpness. Fringe theory pops to mind that burnt shells repelled mosquitoes. Your laugh sends bats scattering, sure, because nothing says bug off, like inhaling vaporized seafood exoskeleton. Left ring shell holds a surprise, tiny handprint smeared in soot. Child-sized pinky crooked as if waving. Your own pinky aligns perfectly, spanning 800 years in a charcoal fist bump. Heat still lives here, Or maybe your knees absorb daytime solar leftovers. Either way, the stones radiate like expired radiator coils. Scoot back before your shorts. Pay the ironing tax. 3 irregular rocks interrupt the circle, pumice impostors stolen from the cenote's edge. Each pitted with holes like stale bubble wrap. Rub one, it grumbles against its neighbors. Sound echoes ritual rattles described in Dresden Codex reproductions. Breeze shifts, tasting your sweat with salt-caked curiosity. You belong here as much as a sports car at a goat auction, yet the fused oyster heap feels like a wink. Some kitchen assistants fuck up, preserved for eternity, because no one bothered to clean up. Metal glint catches your eye, half buried under a disgraced cooking rock. Fishhook, nope, modern bottle cap. Its crimped edges chew your fingertip. Miller Lite logo smeared by dirt. Reminder, you're not the first idiot to bumble through sacred spaces. Distant howler screams rip the night, spooking a branch full of nighthawks. Their wings churn air above your hearth that wasn't. Wing beats syncopated like Maya drum notation. Rest your water bottle on the fused shells, condensation pooling in ancient oyster cups. They'd hold decent tequila shots if this were that kind of pilgrimage. Flick the bottle cap toward ferns. It cartwheels, landing upright like a tiny garbage king. History's layers pile up, Maya shells under Spanish muskets, under spring break beer debris. Place specializes in temporal collisions. Fingertips brush the largest stone, catching a fossilized dribble of grease. Sticky after 8 centuries. Wild. Now, the open debate. Did nobles eat here, or just servants grabbing shift meals? Academia's war over crumbs. You side with the crooked child's handprint, probably a sneeze, while stealing scorched clams. Standing charcoal dust snows off your thighs. Phone light dies mid-swipe, leaving you moonstruck and ridiculous. Oyster athletes grin in victorious darkness, outlasting your tech by several lifetimes. Light retreats toward the cenote, bare feet scraping pebbles with apology. Salt tang clings to your nostrils, the hearth's final argument against being forgotten. Wind carries a last whisper, half rustle, half rasp, like fish-skin sandpaper smoothing obsidian. Or maybe just dry fronds gossiping about your exit. Your next step crunches seed pods, then stops at the whisper-soft drag of feathery leaves against your ankle. Glance down, a shaggy green stem nudges bare skin, silver-haired blooms glowing like wet teeth in moonlight. This scruffy healer, Jatropha curcas, sports more nicknames than a con artist. Physic nut, meticide bush. The ancient Maya squeezed milky sap straight into spear wounds, its clotting power legendary. Canvas-bound medics carried powdered leaves clear into the 1800s. Before Bayer ruined everyone's herbal buzz with patented pills. Kneel, your knee crack echoes off limestone. 5 heart-shaped leaves form spokes around pea-sized buds, each cluster hunched against thirsty ants. 16 red bodies patrol the stem, jerky movements, spelling DEFCON midnight in bug language. Pet a leaf, texture like chamois soaked in olive oil. Squeeze its base, milky fluid pearls where thorns hide inch-deep threats. Touch the bead, sticky as super glue. Your fingertip gains a translucent crust, biochemical band-aid, 1,000 years tested. Historians still argue whether nobles hoarded this plant, or if every farmer kept a thicket by the latrine. Evidence leans democratic, but then again, peasants rarely got fancy grave goods bragging about their hemorrhoid cream. Breeze swerves carrying the cenote's damp scent over dry earth. Funny nature parks this remedy next to knife-sharp obsidian. Convenient for stabbing yourself, then instantly regretting life choices. Ant on your wrist, testing sweat for weaknesses. Brush it off, your skin flinches at acid poker pain. Such tiny rage packed into jalapeno-sized bodies. Nitpick. Fire ants invaded later. These ruby charmers are OG protectors. Fringe mayonists claim workers buried corpses with jatropha seeds, so ants could guard souls crawling toward Xibalba. Grim little pallbearers. Snap a leaf, rub sap across yesterday's mosquito bite. Instant itch vaporization. Science nods politely. Latex contains quercetycline, antibacterial enough to make penicillin blush. 6. Ants double time toward the breach, bodies throbbing like smoke alarms. Your vandalism registers colony-wide, their abdomens pulsing pheromone Morse code. By dawn, this stem will grow thorns thicker than porcupine ambitions. Lean closer, inhale crushed leaf scent, pungent grass meets burnt popcorn, the olfactory equivalent of finding a gym sock in your takeout bag. Roots snake underfoot, knuckling through bedrock cracks, wider than your pinky. Historians map trade routes via pottery shards. But medicine plants whisper migration, secrets too. This stubborn refugee hitched rides in warrior sandals, crossing borders long before politicians drew them, probes soil around the stem, half expecting carved instructions. Find only a dead firefly, its lantern dimmed by time, or bird vomit. Shine your phone, but light dies, suggesting betrayal by planned obsolescence. Moonlight serves instead, revealing 18 puncture scars on an upper leaf. Oversized aphid bites, or teeth marks from a diabetic howler monkey. Both theories embarrass academia, so neither gets published. Red Ant Battalion crests your sandal strap, seeking higher ground. Stand hastily, dislodging 5 furious commandos. They fall, legs windmilling into dust that tickles your arches. Ancient war chant loops in your head. Ixchel invented medicine, but Chaak sneezed the first disease. Fair balance, though modern insurance would bankrupt both gods within weeks. Pluck a single seed, lobe-shaped as a cartoon kidney. Jam it in your pocket, future-proofing against hypothetical stab wounds. 800 ancestor eyeballs roll in unison. Your heel grinds, something brittle look down, a crushed honeycomb of potting clay. Baby Jatropha lies flattened, its life measured in sunrises. 1. Optimistic. Hot zing strikes your calf-offended ant, leveraging final vengeance. Slap skin, already swelling into Tasmania-shaped welts. Poison patrol lived up to the hype. Twist toward torchlit paths, legs humming phantom warnings from every nerve. Note to self: stop fondling plants armed with biological warfare. Wind riffles jatropha leaves, their rasp mimics flint knives scraping bone. Healing, when you think about it, is just damage you tolerate. Darkness stretches, millipedes weaving black calligraphy across the trail. Ahead, another wrong turn promises thorns galore. Nature loves teachable moments edged in spines. Last glance back, your leather-skinned ally shrinks under ceiba shadows. Ants reclaim lost ground, marching toward beetle armies massed on drought-softened bark. No plaques commemorate this pharmacy. No tourist drones chant extracts. Just moon and ants, vigil eternal between blood and bandages. Left foot lands in dewy grass, right already following, retreating from plant wisdom too, ragged for glossy pamphlets. Your next breath tastes cleaner, sharp greens, fading into orchid spice. Medicine behind menace ahead, the cenote's wet sigh pulling you homeward. The path curves, ankle still tingling, where sap met skin. Every sting teaches what scrolls forgot. Healing requires surrender to tiny flames. Stepping from healing thorns to mudslick stone, your sandal slips on algae older than Pope hats. Only balance saves you, a toe wedged in limestone's grudging crack between bath-warm puddles. That's when floodwater ripples betray it, blacker than cenote depths, 5 inches under the murk. Plunge your wrist in fingers closing around glassy betrayal. Lift it dripping, obsidian's kiss gleaming under moon-swept clouds. Trapezoidal blade, 4 fingers wide, edge finer than a comedian's last nerve. Maya craftsmen flaked these by the thousand, sacrifice tools sharp enough to split hairs midair. Lords paid in cocoa beans for the cleanest cuts. Historians found workshop debris piled like pizza boxes at Tikal's edge. Thumb tests the business end, drops of crimson pearl before pain even registers. Blood meets rainwater, streaking toward your elbow like shy commuters on an escalator. Eeriest part. This knife's been waiting. 4 decades buried wouldn't dull that edge. Volcanic glass laughs at rust. Real talk, your iPhone charger won't survive next Tuesday. Mud below clings like wet coffee grounds, hiding more treasures maybe. Sink both hands in fingertips, raking pebbles, and rot. No luck, unless you count that suspiciously toe-shaped snail shell. Wind ripples the cenote, ghost breath cooling your nape. That's when torchlight catches, fractures in the blade, rainbow oil-slick shimmer, trapped in stone. Experts think priests used obsidian mirrors to chat with ancestors. Fringe theorists claim they watched lizard people Netflix in Atlantis. Blood droplets swirl at your feet, forming Rorschach blots only a paranoid shaman could love. Interpretations vary. Great, you've angered Chaak. Or stop, playing with sharp things after sangria. Rain worsens, pelting the water like impatient fingertips on a keyboard. 4 howler monkeys bellow objections from treetops, silhouettes shaking branches like pom-poms for the storm god, squelch backward, sitting on limestone worn smoother than a con artist's pitch. Obsidian rests on your thigh, cold, leaching through damp fabric. Carve initials into the rock, just testing. Stone surrenders like butter facing a blowtorch. Quick doodle of a quetzal, or maybe a deflating football, depending on artistic insecurity. Historians still argue whether blades like this butchered deer or just human hearts. Answers probably both. But let's focus on the artisanal craftsmanship. Lightning forks, freezing raindrops midair for a surreal millisecond. Blade reflects the flash, casting your shadow monstrous on the canopy. Cold water funnels down your spine, Sunday morning cartoon shock. Almost drop the prize, but reflexes honed by dropping burritos kick in. Next drip hits the blade's ridge, splitting into twin streams, racing toward each tip. Unbidden thought. 400 years ago, this edge parted skin as easily. Holy blood once steamed on its surface. Under stars these same trees still whisper about. Your own wound throbs, timed to the thunder now. Coincidence? Or ozone-thick guilt tripping from underworld receptionists? Rise, left arm stinging, right hand gripping history's sharpest lesson. Torchlight catches your reflection in the blade, warped nose, wild eyes, hair achieving unethical levels of frizz. Flattering like a DMV photo taken mid-sneeze. Tilt the stone lightning's blue flash dances where priests once watched for god signs. Modern equivalent, checking your horoscope while the metro crashes. Water sluices off the blade, clean enough to perform dentistry. Dentist jokes barely died in your throat, since jungle loneliness makes anything funny. Smell hits petrichor and iron tang, conducting a nose orchestra. Fresh blood smells like pocket change tossed on a wet bar. Tell me you know without telling me. Circling the cenote, blade balanced on your palm. This path feels heard. Sandaled ghosts shuffle aside, their murmur lost under frog operas tuning up. One misstep, your heel crushes a crab's midnight stroll. Apologize to the pieces, obsidian's too sharp for karma's liking tonight. Approach water's edge knife held high like Excalibur's discount cousin. Murky reflection shows what the gods saw. Mammal intruder, sweating borrowed time, holding a relic that's outlived empires. Lower it slowly, black stone meeting black water without splash. Hold your breath, half expecting scaly hands to claim it back. Bubbles rise, 3 at first, then 50, popping with swamp gas size. Nothing emerges but your disappointment, and possibly a confused catfish. Walks back feel heavier, like stealing artifacts is cardio core training. Truth. You'd mail this blade to a museum if postal workers handled cursed objects after 11. Palm bark grates your shoulder, sheltering under a gumbo limbo tree with peeling skin. called the tourist tree because it's red and peeling. Botanist humor hits different at 90% humidity. Blood dries tacky on your thumb, nature's band-aid already overscheduled. Obsidian rests in your lap patient as a coiled snake in a post office queue. Wind dies, leaving rain's patter as the only soundtrack. Even howlers shut up, probably binge-watching cloud dramas overhead. Final test. Scrape the blade across a bromeliad's waxy leaf. Green confetti rains, edges cut so clean, cells haven't noticed they're dead yet. Your heartbeat sinks to dripping leaves. Drummers once set sacrifices rhythm with this sound, though maybe less frantic than your post-caffeine arrhythmia. Torch hisses, flame bowing to rain's applause. Darkness creeps from the cenote, licking at moss-caked shrines. Fingers cramp, releasing the blade onto ferns soft as exotro pillows. It vanishes, swallowed by green faster than car keys in a sofa. Historians would weep or invoice you. Let them dig, you're clocking out. Stand knees popping like bubble wrap. Rain washes pink trails from your arm, evidence dissolving into the path's thirsty cracks. Flashlight beam sweeps the mud, seeking farewell glints. Find only rainwater chewing limestone and your own foolish grin. Cenote breathes behind you, a wet sigh carrying jaguar warnings from deep west trails. Your sandals squelch homeward, each step lighter than the blade left behind. Wounded thumb meets lips salt and iron lingering. Obsidian's kiss lingers too, a ghost blade itching to carve its way back into your dreams tonight. Your thumb's ragged pulse matches the rhythm, a tiny drummer rehearsing in your veins. Dried blood flakes off as you brush a branch aside, each step crunching, unseen, twigs louder than popcorn in a silent theater. Dusk leaks chlorophyll green through the canopy, your shadow stretching into a limp spaghetti monster. That's when the drone starts, like a dentist's drill debating philosophy with a kazoo. A blur halts midair 2 inches from your nose. Iridescence assaults your eyeballs, emerald feathers stealing light your pupils worked hard to collect. The hummingbird's beak plunges into a moonflower, each sip echoing louder than vodka shots in a library. Maya lords wore these birds as living jewelry, tethered by thread so fine, gods might miss the cruelty. Experts think their hovering symbolized the sun's dance. Fringe researchers propose alien drones studying our nectar addiction. One wingtip grazes your eyebrow, tickling like a dare from Mother Nature's prank department. Stand statue, still, even your colon hesitates to rumble. Feathers blur into green static body, vibrating faster than caffeinated atoms. Historians still argue whether they carried warriors' souls or just really, really hated standing on branches. But here's the kicker. This one's choosing you over the 12 flawless blooms within easy reach. Breath held your nose starts itching like it's auctioning sneezes. Bird doesn't care. Proboscis threading the flower's depths like a tiny, drunk plumber. A bead of nectar plops onto your wrist, sticky as teenage declarations of love. Lick it, sweetness, detonating taste buds like a Skittle grenade. Click, humming becomes clicks. 5 tiny metronomes syncing with your heartbeat. Eye meets obsidian bead, smaller than a pencil eraser, twice as judgmental. Wouldn't blink even if you recited tax law. Plumage shifts from green to bruise purple. Color changes more confusing than a mood ring in puberty. Legs dangle useless as tinsel. Evolution went all in on wings and gave up on the rest. Heat radiates off its body, miniature furnace fighting jungle chill. Remember, heartbeats hit 1200 per minute, a fact that makes your post-gym rate seem lazy. Wind gust blows your eyelashes back, causing involuntary squints, unbecoming of a chosen statue. Historians documented Aztec warriors stitching cloaks with thousands of feathers, but forgot to note the sheer audacity required. 3 blossoms sag, drained faster than your phone watching cat videos. Hummingbird backpedals, hovering like a drone, questioning its GPS. Snort laugh escapes, vibrations triggering aerial rage. It zips around your head like a wasp, reviewing your life choices. Duck, knees cracking louder than glow sticks at a rave. Sudden dive, beak aiming for your left nostril, aborting 6 millimeters shy. Breath gust sends it tumbling, recovery slicker than a politician's handshake. Silence falls broken only by your pulse drumming in your ears. Did it leave or upgrade to stealth mode? Sweat trickles, salt stinging yesterday's mosquito bites. Flash of green sipping nectar from your shirt's floral pattern. Pattern recognition fail, or avant-garde critique on fast fashion's lies. Either way points for optimism. You whisper, voice rustier than a bike left in rain. Still got it, Fabio. Wings stall for half a heartbeat, as if translating your nonsense. Then it's gone, zipping into shadows faster than free toilet paper during a pandemic. Moonflower petals curl their work shift, ending without applause. Your legs ache, posing as a human vending machine for 2 sugar-crazed minutes. Guidebooks claim hummingbirds burn 10,000 calories daily, a lie you'll quote at every future buffet. Walk onward, retracing steps toward fake civilization. Flight path rings linger in your ears. High-C tinnitus, only dogs and shamans might hear. Lower back complains, karma charging interest for obsidian larceny. Ceiba roots jut like old veins across the path, their GPS clearly out of date. Fingernail tests the nectar spot on your wrist, hardened into nature's stickiest badge of honor. Smells like distilled summer and poor life choices. Russell thought it returned. Turn find only a leaf big as a dinner plate, practicing breakdancing in the breeze. Light bleeds orange through bromeliads. Day's last stand before the bug shift takes over. Face upturned, you taste dusk, part wood smoke, part overripe mango. Mostly regret for not bringing bug spray. Muscles throb, a reminder that standing still somehow exhausted you more than hiking. Shoulders slump, carrying fatigue like unpaid student loans. Eyes adjust, catching the faintest emerald shimmer aimed at another blossom. This time, you don't rate a glance. Flatterers moved on fickle as a goldfish in a Vegas fountain. Overhead, stars bully their way through cloud cover. Maybe hummingbirds ferry wishes up there, or just mock our slow-motion lives between snacks. Beneath ceiba roots, a fallen feather glows radioactive green. Scoop it, weightless, as a politician's promise. Tuck it behind your ear like a hippie waiter's pencil. Sandals find mud again, signaling the path's surrender to rubber and sweat. Village generator hums in the distance. Technology's flatline after nature's symphony. Thumb probes the healing slice, proof that sharper things than hummingbirds haunt this jungle. Blood washed clean, but the sting remains teacher's ruler for impulsive pause. Keep walking, the bird's buzz fades behind leaves thick as theater curtains. Screenplay of your life just got a cameo by something wilder and infinitely prettier than the script called for. Fatigue hits like a cartoon anvil, yet you grin like a fool who just won Monopoly against toddlers. Achievement unlocked. Stand-in flower for the feathery elite. No one needs to know that talking to birds felt alarmingly natural. Rope hammock waits at the hut ahead, as inviting as childhood nap time. Flop into it, limp as a forgotten celery stick. Jerky swing motion mocks your dizziness. Mosquitoes rally, but one keeps its distance, hovering like it remembers your winged bodyguard. Feather slips loose, seesawing toward earth with more drama than necessary. Watch it fall, gravity winning against beauty, as always. Eyelids droop, last thought a dare. Dream in hummingbird speed tonight. See if reality keeps up or shatters like moonflowers at first light. Dust coats your sandals as you approach the trunk, wide as a subway car left to rot in the jungle. Ceiba bark ripples like frozen lava under your palm, rough enough to shred school essays, tender enough to bruise peaches. A vibration hums beneath the surface, not sound, but weight. Thrum, thrum, thrum against your lifeline, syncopated jazz drummer hiding in the woodwork. The Maya called these trees Yak's Chi, the first green pivot holding earth, sky, and the damp breath of Xibalba below. Scholars confirmed their role as cosmic axis. Fringe theorists claim certain resin compounds induce ancestral hallucinations during moonless nights. Press harder, calluses, scraping alien ridges. Some grooves spiral clockwise, others twist like confused corkscrews. Historians still argue whether priests climbed these giants during star showers, or just feared splinters more than God's wrath. Your forehead touches bark, a scent punch of wet cedar and camphor burning memory lanes. Neighborhood oak back home suddenly seems inadequate, like comparing a campfire to a volcano's hungry throat. Ants parade up your ankle, six-legged scholars studying the fool, hugging a plant. Shake them off. They cling like determined toddlers wanting piggyback rides. Warmth spreads where skin meets tree, unexpected as finding a radiator in the wilderness. The pulse quickens, boom, 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 faster than your own heart's metronome. Veins in your wrist twitch in reply, copper wires buzzing with borrowed electricity. Kneel, dig fingertips into soil salted with dead leaves. Roots coil like sleeping pythons under moldy blankets. Children in nearby villages whisper that ceiba roots drink moonlight, storing glowworm energy for drought seasons. You half believe it. Your palm tingles as if licking a battery. High above, branches creak like ship timbers in a storm. 20 parrots explode from the canopy, screaming divorce allegations in green and red feathers. A seed pod drops, spearing mud inches from your toes, nature's way of saying, missed you by that much. Butterflies taste your sweat landing on knuckles, with wings the color of expired aspirin. Their tongues unroll, probing salt like tiny pasta chefs testing sauce. Shoo them, they flutter up to the trunk's wounds, sipping sap that oozes like melted caramel. Ear pressed to bark now, the thrum morphs into liquid thunder. Your bones recognize this rhythm, ancestral memory of when hearts beat in dirt, before skin cages imprisoned them. Coolness spreads through your palm. The trees protest against prolonged human contact. Scientists proved these giants detect touch, though none agree if the response is pain or mild annoyance at clingy mammals. Stand back, neck craned, until vertebrae protest. The crown blots out stars, black spiderweb against indigo silk. One branch bends at a 90-degree angle, logged in colonial texts, as where lightning wrote its name. Rasp your nail across bark, pale scratch screaming fluorescent white against charcoal ridges. Within seconds, amber beads well up crying tree tears that smell like incense and regret. Footsteps approach crunching leaves like potato chips. Turn no one there. Just wind pushing dead hibiscus blossoms across your path, floral ghosts auditioning for a square dance. Belly against the trunk now, arms circling what you'll never fully embrace. Ribcage vibrates, ceiba heartbeat bypassing ears to hammer directly on sternum. They said shamans could travel roots into underworlds. You'd settle for Wi-Fi in this mosquito banquet. A root shifts underfoot, rough bark, biting through thin soles. Jungle gossip claims ceiba's move when humans aren't looking, gaining 6 inches per century toward better sunlight. Step back. The pulse fades from your hands, leaving phantom warmth like a lover's cheek long after goodbye. 3 fireflies blink around the scratched bark, reading your apology in slow, yellow Morse code. Unlace your left sandal, press bare sole to the trunk. Arch meets ridges, crude reflexology from a tree that predates orthopedics. Laughter bubbles up absurd and giddy, echoing too loud in the green cathedral. Underfoot, a root snakes toward the nearest cenote, thirsty pilgrim, marching to water prayers. Follow it heel to cracked earth, until twilight swallows the ceiba's silhouette. Your palm still throbs, an imprint saying you carried worlds for exactly 93 seconds. Touch the sap smear on your wrist, hardened now, fragile as childhood promises. It smells like graves and beginnings, and the sharp green hope pushing through both. Walk away, each step quieter than the last. The tree's pulse lingers in your shoes, borrowed heartbeat fading with every yard of mud between you. Village lights twinkle ahead, pathetic imitations of the fireflies still orbiting ancient bark. Pause, look back. The ceba's just a shape now, another shadow among shadows, but your ribs still echo its rhythm, proof that for one breath, you rooted where myths grow. The air thickens, wood smoke, and something sharper cutting through the cenote's damp breath. Across the water, a man kneels by a three-legged clay pot, tending coals that glow like wolf eyes in twilight. His hand dips into a pouch, sprinkling golden crumbs onto the embers. Copal resin pops, sharp perfume punching your sinuses. Scholars confirmed this exact scent filled temples when kings bled for corn, though yours eyes water like you've chopped onions at a barbecue contest. Blue smoke ribbons upward, not straight, but twisting as if climbing invisible stairs. They say spirits smell blue better than white, whispers a woman beside you, then vanishes into ferns before you can ask who they are. The man, shirtless beneath a bomber jacket, fans the censer with a hawk feather. His wrist flicks like a metro card swipe, each motion precise as a sushi chef's knife work. Sweat glues gray hairs to his temples, proof even mystics overheat choreographing for ghosts. Contemporary shaman your guide murmured earlier, or great-grandson of hotel staff improvising for tips. The debate simmers hotter than his censer now, smoke stinging your nostrils with questions. He chants, not the guttural Mayan you heard in documentaries, but Spanish pop lyrics under his breath. A grin cracks his face when he catches you listening. Even gods like Shakira know. COPAL Chinese letter mummies the air, sticking to your tongue like burnt marshmallow crust. Historians still argue whether dusk ceremonies aimed to lure night demons or just cover up the cenote's farty sulfur smell after rain. His bare feet sink in mud, toes wriggling like blind worms. The rumor in Merida hostels claims he once charmed a jaguar with incense and Enrique Iglesias' ballad. No one's found teeth marks to disprove it. You mimic his palm-up gesture, fingers cupped to catch falling smoke. Cold trails kiss your skin, condensing into dew despite the heat. Guides swear this vapor contains messages, if you're bored enough to interpret water stains as prophecy. The censer belches black resin overdose. He coughs, a mortal sound that shatters the mystic vibe. Shit, always too much on Tuesdays. He grumbles, stabbing the coals with his feather until it frays. Moonlight bleeds across the water now, silver meeting smoke halfway. Your guidebook mentioned censers weighing 40 kilos in royal tombs. This one's a dollar store cereal bowl, scorched, asymmetrical. Dig your heel into mud, feel the plastic wrapper underfoot, flick it with your toe, a nacho cheese Dorito bag gleaming in torchlight. Modern offerings clutter the jungle now, La Nina Isla mugs, Gatorade caps, a single croc sandal green as poisoned envy. The shaman chucks a cacao pod into the censer, seeds erupting like miniature grenades for sweetening death's espresso. He stage whispers, though death likely prefers her coffee bitter as divorce papers. Your phone buzzes, a reminder for tomorrow's zipline tour, blasphemous in this burnt sugar haze. Swipe left. The screen reflects 5 fireflies trapped in glass. Or maybe just your smudged thumbprint. The smoke thins ghosts fed or bored. He douses the censer with cenote water, hiss rising like 1,000 hissed library shushes. Steam ghosts lick your ankles before dissolving. He packs his tools, zipper loud as bone breaking. Hawk feather tucked behind his ear, now just a sweaty dude heading home to microwave leftovers. Yet your lungs hold the copal's knife-edge sweetness, proof that even knockoff magic leaves residue. Walk clockwise around the water, trailing fingers through lukewarm shallows. Ripples distort your reflection into something ancestor adjacent, until a mosquito drills your neck reality's reboot button. Breathe deep, choke, the sensor's final gift, still clotting the air. They say scent memories outlast visions, which explains why high school locker rooms haunt you more than graduations. Step onto the path home, each footfall pressing jungle secrets back into mud. Behind you, silence rebuilds its cathedral. Before you, hotel neon winks through leaves, siren's song of Wi-Fi, and lukewarm vodka minibars. One last tremor in your ribs, part heartbeat, part ceiba trees' distant drumming. You pocket a fallen copal chunk, future evidence that tonight you inhaled time itself. The path narrows, stones slick, with condensed breath of sleeping lizards. A bat shrieks overhead, death metal singer trapped in furry bodysuit. You hum Shakira just in case, hips don't lie. But cenote smoke tells elaborate fibs. Moonlight follows, slurring shadows into game trails. Your hand finds the copal in your pocket, edges sharp as censorship, scent clinging like last night's drunken confession. Vines snag your sleeve, feeble breaks on your retreat. Ahead, generator lights bleach the forest halfway to airport security waiting room. Step across that electric border, jungle magic sheds like wet socks, leaving only stubborn crumbs of mountain-grown weirdness in your hair. Reach the clearing, glance back. The cenotes drowned in blackness, but prick your thumb on the copal shard. Blood beads dark as smoked amber, the tree's goodbye kiss beneath tourist skin. Flick the resin into bushes, an offering for whichever god handles discarded whims. The blood smears, faint hieroglyph even experts couldn't decode. Loudest silence now, no howlers, no sensor hiss, just your own footsteps manufacturing echoes. Hotel patio yawns ahead, strident with karaoke, and ice cubes screaming in glass prisons. Breathe shallow, preserve the copal's blade in your throat. Tomorrow you'll call it scent memory. Tonight, it's the jungle's teeth buried in your windpipe, gentle but insistent as love letters from graveyards. Your toe catches on a raised stone, stumbling you into moon-washed clarity. Slime glistens on worn shrine steps, each groove paved with liquid silver. 20 no, 30 shells inch upward, patient, as penitents climbing to a celestial vault. Press your knee to cool limestone. Watch one traveler's antennae twitch. Its spiral domicile could house a Mayan god's pinky. If deities went in for minimalist decor, these shells once dyed royal cloaks crimson. Experts confirmed it from residue in Tikal's vats. Tonight, they're just shift workers on the eternal graveyard shift. Trace a shimmering trail, dampness clinging to your fingertip. Lagerstätte, a fossil term the guide mispronounced last Tuesday, floats into your mind. These trails fossilize by dawn, temporary art beneath tourist Nikes. One snail halts as your shadow falls, pausing its ascent with philosopher king dignity. Villa Hermosa locals swear their grandparents predicted eruptions by snail movements. Scientists snort. But you notice this mollusk's angled toward Popocatépetl, 400 kilometers west. A shell's ridges catch torchlight etched finer than a wedding band. Historians still argue whether priests read these trails as prophecy scrolls, or just cursed their slipperiness after one too many concussions. Lick your finger, salt, and ancient rainwater. The snail resumes its pilgrimage, undeterred by giants who taste its commute. Your phone's world clock glows, 2 hours till dawn threat. These shells won't sweat deadlines. Hydration comes free with the nightly jungle sauna. Nudge a pebble watching 7 travelers detour around the obstacle. Their mucus highway reroutes effortlessly, an indignant glittering detour. Grand scheme, you're just another landslide in their epic. Crouch lower, nose a handspan from limestone, antennae retract shyly, your breath too vulgar for polite spiral society. Notebook doodles from 98 whisper, didn't you label your 7th grade crush snail king for his cautious approach to hand-holding? Another shell nudges your abandoned water bottle, plastic Everest in their Tiber. Its occupant retreats, clearly unimpressed by hydroelectrolyte marketing. Flip the bottle, creating a bridge they'll either boycott or colonize by sunrise. Distant howler monkeys roar, pathetic compared to this silent march. 30 gastric feet grinding upward, 1 sticky millimeter per heartbeat. Your guide swore snails outlived dynasties, but math says 3 weeks tops. Tonight, they're immortal. Snatch a pebble from the 3rd step, where moss drinks silver most greedily. Pocket it, souvenir theft softened by your rationalization. It's just a rock. Nobody worshipped this one specifically. The gap in the trail fills within breaths. Mollusk manifest destiny in action. Lean too far, elbow skidding through 3 trails. Slimy democracy coats your skin, fluorescent under moonglow. Wipe it on your thigh, then hesitate. Guides whisper mucus cures warts which you lack, but existential dread. Jury's out. Shift sideways, spying a shell color that shouldn't exist. Not terracotta or bone, but jadeite green stolen from a queen's funerary mask, genetic fluke, or some kid's nail polish experiment gone rogue. Count 15 shells clockwise, 6 counter, then lose focus. They move, but the pattern doesn't. Your retina paints afterimages, swirling like galaxy arms. Blink hard, the vision dissolves into biology, plus mild dehydration. Torch flicker dies, stolen by a breeze smelling of wet dog and orchid sex. Darkness amplifies scraping sounds, a million microscopic peelings of celestial Velcro. Stand too fast, headrush painting stars behind your eyes. Steady yourself on the shrine wall, palm meeting carved serpent scales. Cold stone warmer slime your hand, recoiling as if bitten. Stumble backward, crushing wild lemongrass under your heel. Citrus erupts, a cologne battling snail musk for dominance. The green-shelled pioneer reaches the steps' summit, antennae saluting the highest tier. You half expect a tiny conch trumpet blast. First blue bleeds into eastern clouds. False dawn's cowardly cousin. Shells pivot westward. A synchronized retreat your yoga class could never replicate. Their spiral citadels face the vanishing night, doors locked against the coming interrogation of sun. Your pocket pebble weighs nothing and everything. Drop it beside the jadeite traveler, balance tilting toward forgiveness. The snail pauses, or maybe just digests. Turn toward the hotel's electric hum, one blistered heel barking a protest. The highest trails already fade, drying into ghostly braille. Historians would murder for dawn-fresh mucus samples, but some messages aren't meant for daylight translation. Step over a root, its arthritic twist mirroring the shell's spirals. Nature loves a callback, or just lacks imagination after 3 billion birthdays. Bury your souvenir urge, kicking dirt over desperation. Those still climbing gleam wetly. Last fools racing the horizon. You envy their certainty while questioning their life choices. The wind shifts, snatching capsaicin smoke from someone's pre-dawn chilquels. It mingles with fading snail musk, breakfast salsa, meat primordial ooze. Your stomach growls, treasonous organ blind to poetry. Path gravel crunches, each step erasing nocturne magic with pedestrian percussion. Behind you, spirals collapse into dew. Before you, coffee pots gurgle their mechanical liturgy. Touch your slimy elbow, proof commerce-free hours existed. Dawn licks the cenote's rim, sparing no one. Torchlight gutters against feather veins, blue ice spots flashing like Morse code from fern shadows. An oscillated turkey's plumage drinks your wavering flame, licking the bronze green into violet. Biology shouldn't make colors this smug, yet here we are. Step closer, fern fronds hiss, shut behind the bird. 5 more shapes melt backward, royal retinue, granting no audience tonight. Their retreat matches palace protocol from Mayan murals, princes dodging drunk uncles at solstice feasts. One feather shaft glints on moss torn free during the vanishing act. Scoop it, the veins unnervingly warm despite the damp dawn chill. Ocellated turkeys were the chicken of nobles. Experts found pens beneath royalty's palaces. This quill could have tickled a king's ear during sacrifice forecasts, or mopped up spilled pulque. Your thumb strokes the iridescence, shimmer shifting from seaweed green to insect-wing blue. Scientists call it structural color, light bending through microscopic air pockets. 10th century weavers just called it impossible. Local kids near Kaaba swear the feathers hum when held to your ear. You try it, hearing only your own pulse and disappointment. The torch dims, dawn stealing its purpose. A turkey's cough gobble rattles from the guava trees, sound more bloated frog than regal bird. Historians still argue whether nobles ate them weekly or saved them for scaring diplomats with sudden feather displays. Toss the plume skyward, it helicopter spirals into a bromeliad. Perfect landing, shaft spearing the plant's crimson heart. Your 6th grade gym teacher would weep from jealousy. Your stomach growls, suddenly wondering how teriyaki turkey thighs would work with this jungle fowl. Blasphemy earns a rustle overhead, wings too heavy for graceful flight. Branches sway avian disdain, expressed via disturbed ants. Dew paints feather patterns on your forearm where the moss met your sweat. Nature's temporary tattoo better than that drunken scorpion ink from Playa 9. Snap a twig, tossing it toward the fern fortress. Silence answers, magnified by 800 years of avian contempt. These birds watched empires fall your twig bombs, just an amateur reenactment. Torch handle splinters, last resinous gasp. Pitch black for 3 breaths, then gray light leaks through canopy cracks. The turkeys emerge, not fleeing now, just strutting through mist like landlords, inspecting soggy property. One male fans his tail, ocelli becoming spinning coins. His hen pecks at your dropped water bottle, plastic crinkles, apparently gourmet cuisine. Forgotten trail mix glues itself to your pocket, M&M, smelted into ecological crime. A tom's spur gleams, dirty ivory dagger raised mid-strut. They duel over mates, spurs aiming for rival kidneys. Tonight, they're just polishing their shivs for later. Bend to sniff jasmine. A turkey's head snaps toward your crouch. Its wattle quivers, wrinkled as a grandpa's knuckles. Mayan potters sculpted those wattles accurately, fussy realism over flattery. The tom's gobble echoes off ceiba trunks, a wet bastoon note. Your phone's recording picks it up, future ringtone, to confuse telemarketers. Sunlight spears the canopy, turkeys retreating toward thicker shadow, their feathers dull to mud brown in practicality's glare. Even the forest's dandies must eventually clock in for work. Kick a pebble, watching it skip toward the tom's feet. He pounces, pecking the stone with misplaced violence. Not mighty warrior, but midlife crisis. Dude attacking parking meters. Grackles swarm the clearing, iridescent bullies shrieking for rent. The turkeys vanish, feathers blending with shadow, as if erased by dawn's rubber. Palm the feather from the bromeliad, its spine still damp. Twirl it, 13 revolutions before it flitters to the dirt. 13, sacred number for Mayan hell lords. Or maybe just a sticky spot on your thumb. Scuff your shoe through leaf litter, unearthing beetle wings and turkey droppings. Copperlight prospectors would call it a jackpot. You call it bad luck with Nikes. The path back smells of diesel now, village generators coughing awake. Jungle royalty fades behind you, feathers dissolving into ordinary greens and browns. Truth is their splendor needs torchlight or twilight, anything but the harshness of 9 a.m. Hotel coffee steam curls like ritual copal smoke, scent undercut by bacon. You sip bitter as a turkey's glare. The feather in your pocket seems to pulse final defiance before laundry day murder. Sun climbs, murdering all subtle colors. Even the ceiba's majesty shrinks into just another tree. But tilt that stolen feather just right against your lamp tonight, and vanished splendor breathes once more. Chachalaka birds shriek, rude alarm clocks, replacing dignified turkey silence. Your feathers' ice spots stare upward from the path, half buried in mud. Let it lie. Dawn's already rewritten the magic into mere biology. Blunt fingers brush the liana curtain, torchlight carving shadows across ancient stone laughs. 4 meters up, a god's face beams from the ceiba's embrace. Corn leaves crown its head, feathers fused with foliage in patience's victory. Craning your neck invites a vine drip, cool betrayal down your collar. Worth it, that grin's infectious, despite moss teeth and a missing nose chunk. Mayan artists loved mirthful gods. Chaak's giggles shook rain from stubborn clouds during dry spells. Your torch spits pitch, painting crinkled eyes alive for a heartbeat. Those eyelids curve like rising moons, carved when Tikal's pyramids were newborn. Touch your own laugh lines, echoes of 8 centuries, buried under sunscreen and commute frowns. Liana vines drape the statue's mouth, green beards tickling lichen lips. One tendril swings, pendulum, marking vine time versus human hurry. Botanists clock lianas moving 3 centimeters daily. This green leash took 2 years to strangle joy. Mud squelches under your heel. Step back to dodge a falling bromeliad. Perspective shifts. The god's left ear becomes a howler monkey's rump. Art's fragile that way. Torch handle warms your palm, resin, scent battles, wet stone breath. Historians still argue whether jungle statues were holy sites or ancient neighborhood graffiti. Either way, time's the critic that rubs out meaning. Fingernail scrapes moss, revealing cinnabar red beneath slime. Vermilion pigment, favored by nobles, poisonous mercury base be damned. Modern guides skip that toxicity tidbit. The gift shop wouldn't move mercury-laced postcards. A root bulges beneath the carving's chin, pushing stone jaw upward. Looks like the deities chuckling at a fresh joke. Unproven theory. Some carvings had movable jaws for oracle performances. Think divine ventriloquism. Dead kings throwing stone voices. Toucans bicker overhead, their racket bouncing off the god's forehead. Your torch dims, forcing a choice between retreat or darkness. You choose foolishness, kicking off sandals to climb. First, toe holds slick, feet smarter than pride remembers. Vines offer false help treacherous as a politician's handshake. 10 minutes of graceless, scrambling your eye level with eroded divinity. Close up, the smile's not kindness. Drill marks pockmarked teeth, endurance testing for stone chisels. Artist signatures linger in stone pores, thumbprint whorls pressed into the god's cheek. Trace of glyphs remains, half bird, half jaguar scratches, bureaucratic glyph meanings lost. But your gut says it translates to don't inhale the mercury dust. Torchlight gutters, yellow dance failing. Last flicker shows the statue's third eye, a natural hole where a quartz crystal once lodged, plundered by colonial looters, or pilfered by a sneaky teenager in 1201 AD. Bats flit past your ear soft as cursed velvet. Moss squirms under your grip, alive, with mites writing their own empires on godly cheeks. Your elbow knocks loose a stone chip. It tumbles through leaves. Seconds pass before a faint plink signals a cenote's secret sip. The carving watches your vandalism, still grinning. Palm flat on its brow, cool despite the humid night. Lichen crawls under your skin, promising rash or enlightenment. Both sting equally. Moonlight sneaks through canopy gaps, turning the god into a chess piece. King or pawn depends who's moving the board. Rain starts warm droplets, pocking the statue's forehead like stone tears. You count 13 heartbeats before the downpour. 13, bad luck number, whispered in Capon's ball courts. Descend with torch-dead fingers, bare feet tasting root and rot. Soil sucks at your toes, revenge for disturbing its sleeping king. Look back once, moon snuffed by clouds. The carving's just a shadow now, laughter dissolved into downpour. Only the ceiba remains, its pulse thrumming under bark, as you retreat toward generator hum and Wi-Fi signals. Hotel shampoo smells of enforced mango cheer, stripping lichen traces from your nails. That night, your shower walls mimic rain-slick ruins. 3 a.m. thirst brings you to the balcony, Katrina moths battering the light bulb. Stare toward the drowned jungle blackness where gods chew moonlight and wait. Your phone buzzes. UV index warnings for tomorrow. Chaak laughs somewhere behind cloud cover, messing with weather apps since 732 AD. Scrape cinnabar flakes from your cuticles, ruby dust circling the drain. Sleep comes with vines curling through dreams, tendrils spelling glyphs only ants can read. Torch smoke curls left, then whips right as if yanked. Cool air streams from a split in the limestone, older than every step you've walked tonight. Hotel Wi-Fi feels alien here. This breeze predates vowels. You aim the flame into the gap, light revealing walls ribbed like a snake's belly. Airflow quickens, playful now. It carries whispers your ears can't shape. Only your neck hairs understand. Historians agree. The Maya saw caves as mouths of Xibalba, the frightful underworld. But your guidebook skipped how alive these tunnels feel, how they pull. Your sandals meet mud smoothed by centuries of what? Ritual bare feet. Runaway teenagers. Scholars debate practical uses. Salt extraction, maybe, versus spirit work. Both camps would faint from this draft. The torch tilts forward, self-preservation, warring with curiosity, like scrolling toward doom online, but with actual stakes. Its flame stretches thin, a golden thread spooling into stone teeth. Kneel, pebbles bite your palms. That draft smells of wet jade, a scent humans lost words for by 900 AD. Moss glows emerald in firelight, so bright you suspect trickery. Water echoes ahead, not the cenote's lazy plops. This rush thrums like a subway underfoot. If subways were built by aquifer ghosts, modern divers mapped 800 kilometers of Yucatan caves, still finding new chambers yearly. Last March, some kids squeezed through a slit, found a jaguar altar glowing with untouched copal. Insta fame ensues. Your toe nudges a shard, worn round as a worry stone. Its curve fits your thumb, once part of a widow's water jar maybe. Tap it against rock, the ping says leave me be. Shuffle backward, torchlight snuffs floor surprises. 4 stone spheres line the path, too perfect for nature's chaos. 10 centimeters across, each dimpled like a golf ball. No archaeologist admits their purpose, but your punter's soul whispers ancient ball return. Airflow strengthens, cool as vodka down a parched throat. What lungs inhale, tonight exited this stone 6 centuries back. Fun fact, your carbon atoms might have chilled a priest's chant once. Something squeaks above, rubbery flaps, retreating deeper. Fruit bats, or the Camazot's death bats scribes drew with trembling pens. Best not dwell. Your flame gutters, panic rising. Fumble for the backup lighter, keychain Elvis grins through plastic. Ancient meets absurd, the king versus the underworld's breath. Bend lower, scrape elbow on calcified roots. A handprint flashes red on the ceiling, palm smaller than yours. Child-sized. Mercury-based paint, still screaming its color after 900 dry seasons. Whose fingers pressed here? Initiate, willing temple kid, or some governor's brat forced into darkness. Touch your palm to theirs, separated by lifetimes, united by claustrophobia. Drip on your wrist, startling as a text alert. Moonmilk water, the cave's slow saliva. Mineral rich and wriggling with blind crustaceans, stylobates love debating at conferences. Your twisted shadow looms, an elongated god shape, mocking your crouch. Strike a muscle man pose, giggle echoes into the gullet of gods. Pocket the silly, no need to tempt underworld bouncers. The tunnel widens, shoulders unknot. Stone gives way to a dome lit by what? Your torch barely licks the ceiling, but a soft glow rises from the walls. Wet limestone breathing, borrowed moonlight downward. Craggy steps descend, carved or worn. Archaeologists fight dirtier over such questions than rappers in feuds. You step cautiously, each groove polished slick by pilgrim heels or tourist Nikes. Water murmurs cheat your ears. You swear it speaks Nahuatl syllables. Stress-induced pareidolia, your psychology minor pipes up. Since when did daytime you smoke ruins into semesters? 3 squeezes past a limestone nipple, your shirt damp with effort. Flame sizzles close to your thumb, promising pain and dumb bar stories. Then, the prize, a pool so still it reflects your torch like a copier jammed on duplicate. Your face floats, side-lit and primal. Behind it, something glints in the depths. Kneel, water numbs your knees, ripples die, reveals a pottery bowl settled on sand 10 feet down. Surface tension magnifies its painted herons, wings caught mid-beat for eternity. Historians still argue whether cenote offerings were gifts or divine trash disposal. Either way, your undignified slosh, just wrinkled eternity's selfie. Reach, fingertips break mirror-flat perfection. Water's cold jolts like forgotten fridge milk. That bowl could buy a used Honda, but theft summons worse fates than repo men. Your reflection wavers. Another face overlaps yours, wide-eyed gaunt. Just cave-light tricks, obviously. Yet you yank back nail, snagging on a submerged branch. Blood beads, one crimson pearl sinking. It vanishes before touching the sand. Sacrifice accepted. The underworld's vending machine whirs to hidden mechanisms. Stand too fast, skull meets limestone. Stars bloom, both real and imaginary. Rub the knot. Elvis clinks encouragement from your pocket. Suppose Presley dealt with cosmic indignities too. Sequined jumpsuits mock death daily. Leaks bloom across your shirt, cave sweat, or caved-in ego. Ignore it, retreats the wiser play. Klaus from Berlin got lost here in 2011, survived on bat drips and guided mantra apps. Backing out feels like time-lapse decay. Walls press nearer with each shuffle. Your torch coughs, one final flare, its silhouette's glyphs scratched near the exit. No eagle-jaguar hybrids, just stick figures rowing a boat. A speech bubble floats above them. Experts claim it says paddle faster. Armchair cynics argue it's Mayan for tip your guide, crawling now, knees protesting. Night air greets you like a scolding ant, full of humid disapproval. Torch dies, its smoke braiding, with fireflies venturing underground. Stand spine cracks, 7 sorrows loose, breathe air thick with orchid lust. Unburdened by centuries of ghost breath, hotel lights wink through trees, Minecraft torches mocking your spelunk cred. Thumb finds the bloodless scrape, met your quota of underworld DNA exchange. Flick the last water drops, they vanish before hitting soil. Xibalba's door whispers, shut behind you, airless once more. Behind the cave exhales a vine seed. It spirals down, kisses your abandoned toe print in the mud. The soil swallows it whole, future roots dreaming of sunlight. Moonlight bleeds through the canopy, puddling on the cenote's black mirror. Your toe nudges something semi-submerged, logs bound by vines gone slack. as old guitar strings. This raft hasn't floated in lifetimes, yet the knots still twist with purpose. Rot-washed wood pouts under your boot, a sigh of trapped bubbles rising. Maya fishermen lashed dugouts exactly like this. Mainstream texts agree they hunted at dawn, using torches to dazzle sleepy fish. No mention of how ghost boats outlast empires. Kneel, the shore mud accepts your weight like memory foam. Vine lashings crumble under touch powdery as moth wings. But beneath, grooves worn by fingers grip tight. Your thumb fits a depression carved deep, some worker's signature callus, immortalized. Archaeologists found a raft near Tikal, stuffed with jade ear flares and coral. Buried like a retired racehorse, honored, not burned for cooking fires. Your raft lacks treasure, unless rot counts as time's currency. Push the nearest log, water licks its underside. A scorpion fish darts from the shadow, all venomous flare. 5 spines erect like a punk rocker's mohawk. They called these water jaguars. Stings made warriors weep. Safe to admire from here. Palm flat on the moss-slick wood, cold seeps into your lifeline. Sap still weeps somewhere beneath decay sticky as childhood pine pitch. Historically debatable whether these rafts fished for meals or moon god favors. Why not both? Humans excel at multitasking duties and delusions. A vine snaps, one log rolls free. It bobs, startlingly buoyant for something half dead. Air pockets trapped, since Cortez wore diapers gasp at freedom. The log drifts inward, pulled by currents unseen. Cenotes swallow more than light. Your nail picks at blackened wood, char marks circle one end. Fire, ritual purification. Or just some kid's midnight cigar experiment gone wet. Historians savor such ambiguities, career security, in unanswered questions. Squelch onto the raft proper knees, sinking into soggy timber. It groans, a sound felt in molars, not eardrums. Equilibrium wobbles. This isn't a paddleboard yoga moment. Arms windmill, comedy gold for any lurking howler monkeys. Steady now, toes grip log ridges. No longer driftwood, but dugout canoe spine. The Maya burned and scraped ceiba trunks for months to shape these, outsourced their impatience to future archaeologists. Moonlight glints on something wedged in a crack, not pottery, not stone. Flick it loose, a fish hook carved from deer antler. Barb still sharp enough to snag hubris. Quirky fact, fishers whispered spells into hooks here, believing catfish heard gossip. Toss the hook, it arcs silver, then swallowed by darkness. Rings spread, then vanish. No splash echoes. Cenotes drink noise like a sponge. Sit soaking cotton shorts, embrace the stupid. Water seeps up through raft gaps, chilling now, not cool. Tonight's outfit sacrificed to curiosity. Again, could have stayed poolside sipping neon cocktails. Yet here you commune with splinters. The raft shifts, current or imagination. Some insist cenotes flow outward to coral reefs, secret highways under limestone. Divers tell drunken tales of finding beach bar sand beneath Yucatan caves. Doubtful, but fun. Lean back palms braced on slimy wood. Stars pierce the canopy holes, Orion's belt dipped in the water. They called it the turtle shell, 3 stars for the cosmic reptile's undercarriage. Your astronomy app would short-circuit here. A fish breaks surface, brief as a camera flash. Then another. Moon feeds them courage. Small ones dart between raft shadows, daring each other to nip your toe. Ancestors of the hook's victims. Forgiveness wears silver scales tonight. Hand skims the water, fish vanish in a panicked glitter bomb. Scoop some liquid night. It drips moonlight between fingers. Purified through stone for centuries, yet still not Evian. Historians still argue whether ceremonial rafts carried offerings, or lovers seeking privacy. Glyphs show both. Humanity's hobbies stay reliably on brand. Your raft feels solitary, no room for canoodling unless you're anglerfish. Stand 9 careful steps to the raft's edge. 5 rotten planks creak protest underfoot. The 6th stays silent. Trust issues bloom, motionless now, feet planted like mangrove roots. Eyelids droop, water's whisper syncs with your pulse. Hypnosis via rot and ripples. Just a 6-minute micronap. What could drown in that time? A bat skims the cenote, wingtip drawing liquid hieroglyphs. The raft rocks. You jolt awake, balance compromised. Arm plunges into water to the elbow. Laughter bubbles up, startling a night heron into flight. Retreat feels wiser than baptism. Back on shore, your footprints fill instantly with black water. The raft drifts farther, vine lashings dissolving like sugar in tea. By dawn, it'll just be scattered teeth in a grinning pool. Wring your sleeve, water beads cold down your calf. Meet the raft's empty curve one last time, a crescent moon on its side. Walk away, but slowly. This isn't goodbye, just a pause between chapters. Moonlight rinses the limestone shelf. Your damp sandal squeaks to a stop. Pebbles balance there, not tossed, but stacked. 9 stones rise crooked like a question mark. Each one smooth as prayer beads. Bend closer, knee joints crack like popcorn. The pile teeters, yet resists gravity's nagging pull. Children played here centuries past. Archaeology confirms their game tokens beneath temple floors. Different rules, though no pass-go for the preclassic Maya. Crouch, the ledge digs into your thigh. Fingertip brushes the base stone, cool from hours in shadow. Last touched by someone whose great-great. Repeat 40 times. Grandchildren sell mangoes in Merida. History tastes sweetest through small hands. Often means cheap candy bars. Your shadow drapes over the tower, a sudden eclipse. Pull back, letting moonlight restore its silver outlines. This isn't your monument to mess with. Yet palms itch like holding dice. Search the mud for candidates, small enough to not bully the structure. Reject a jagged traitor, too much personality. Pluck a pebble the size of a chocolate coin. Polished by 10,000 tides. Breathe the air tastes of wet limestone and mistakes in the making. Steady now. Place the pebble gently as eyelashes on a sleeping cheek onto the summit. The tower shivers, rocks grinding like old teeth. Pause centuries balance on this moment. It holds. Exhale dust from your lungs. Maya kids likely stacked stones as training patience before moving temple blocks. Modern shamans whisper that pebbles absorb prayers. Your co-cattled heartbeat probably just ruined eternity. 2 pebbles sport faint ochre smears, not natural stains. Hematite paint. Leftover nail polish from some hippie's whimsy. Historians still argue whether ceremonial sites welcomed children's play or shooed them away like iguanas. Gnat lands on your wrist, you resist the slap. Movement could topple your fragile diplomacy. Insect parades up your arm, thinking itself Columbus. Shift weight, pebbles settle again. Base stone has a fossil imprint, tiny spiral shell, 3 million years dead. Perfectly centered like the builder planned it. Coincidence or cosmology? Your Uber driver would say both, with a wink and extra fare. Wind sneaks through the trees, tickling the hairs on your nape. Tower sways, its shadow stretching then shrinking on the rock, defying physics for 7 shaky seconds. Then stillness. You could pitch your keys at it. Science demands sabotage, but wisdom wins. Barely. Count the stones again. 9 become 10 under moonlight's bad math. 1 might be a twin pebble glued by calcified gunk. Cheater. Like stacking 2 M and M and calling it architectural genius. Finders keepers logic says take a souvenir. That speckled pebble near the bottom winks especially hard. Hands stay pocketed. Better to steal hotel shampoo. Less cosmic backlash. Rise spine protesting like a rusty hinge. The tower shrinks below, now just a hiccup on the ledge. Walking away feels rude, like leaving a text on read. 3 steps back, your heel grinds a snail trail into oblivion. Guilt blooms hot behind ribs. The tower stands sentinel, watching your retreat with pebble eyes. A night heron croaks the sound like a rusty gate. Your shoulders flinch loud in the holy hush. Somewhere, a palm-sized architect giggles in ancestral dust. Thrilled their game, outlasted kings. A fat raindrop smacks your forehead, startling as a waiter dropping a wineglass. Then 50 more warm as spit slap leaves, stones, your left eyelid. Steam ghosts up from the cenote's edge, hot rain kissing cool limestone. Laughter bubbles up, stolen from your lungs. You stand perfectly still, letting water pummel your scalp. This isn't London drizzle. It's a heavens-wide faucet left running. Hair plasters to your neck, cotton shirt, suctioned into a second skin. Watch the steam ribbons twist, like dancers you saw last spring in Caba. Raindrops hiss where they strike torches, the sizzle of bacon forgotten in a pan. Night creatures freeze mid-scuttle, frogs blinking up at this liquid surprise. Drip, 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 tilt your chin skyward. Let water fill the hollow of your throat. Close eyes, Picture drops scrubbing off airline schedules, parking tickets, that terrible airport empanada. The Maya built whole cities to catch rain, their reservoirs, holding monsoons like treasured secrets. Flashbulb memory, your third-grade teacher dangling a clay pot. Cenotes were portals to the underworld, she'd said, chalk dust drifting in sunbeams. Tonight, the underworld feels less scary, more like a basement sauna with great ambience. Rain drums higher notes now, pelting leaves like a jazz drummer gone feral. You spot a crevice shelter too late, squelch toward it anyway, making sounds like a wet sponge tossed downstairs. Tropical paradox, shivering, while sweat still glues your socks on. Flora goes feral around you, ferns unfurling with audible creaks. Orchids drink like college freshmen at an open bar. Lean against the ceiba trunk. Its bark channels water into icy runoff down your spine. One drop sneaks into your ear canal, an unwelcome guest whispering forgotten algebra formulas. Pull out a soaked phone, screen glitching like a possessed kaleidoscope. 0 bars. Mario, the Uber driver, won't save you now, probably sipping horchata in tickle. Send a mental rain check. He'll never sense it. Lightning forks the sky, not Zeus angry. Just flicking the porch lights on for hellhounds. Count the Mississippis. 1 cocoa bean, 2 cocoa beans, thunder groans before 3. Storms close enough to smell ozone sharp as lemon zest. Palm fronds sag under water weight, snapping like green bones. A downpour this fierce would have thrilled ancient farmers, their maize plots gulping every drop. Modern squabbles rise, whether Maya kings hoarded reservoir access or shared like benevolent Costco managers. Archaeologists still split hairs over glyphs about water taxes. Someone splashes nearby, whipping your head left, just a confused iguana paddling through sudden pond's tail, thrashing like an outboard motor. Nightmare fuel if you'd brought contacts. Rain tattoos your passport, blurring departure stamps into watercolor shame. Should have plastic bagged it, like that German backpacker at Chaak. Learn from linen-clad mistakes. Minutes blur, time measured in soaked layers. First shirt, then the soul. Your watch fogged like a pub window, hands stuck at too late to matter. Historians still argue whether commoners got cenote baptisms, or if priests kept the VIP steam rooms deity exclusive. A trickle finds its way under your waistband, nature's ice bucket challenge, minus the hashtags, jump yelping louder than dignity allows. Somewhere, a howler monkey mocks your high sea squint through the deluge. Your abandoned pebble tower still stands. Miniature Stonehenge defying rain's assault. Cheeky kid piles, lasting kingdoms, lasting your waterproof mascara. Warmth spreads under your ribs, that rum honey tea from Merida's Plaza finally kicking in. Or maybe just rainwater brewed with 4 centuries of ceiba pollen. Either way, lips curl into a smile unseen by any living soul. Dawn will bleach these stones bone white again, obliterating tonight's liquid visitation. But for now, You stand exactly where time melts, each drop a hammer-pounding sense into ancient rock, each drop 1,000 what-ifs dissolving on your tongue. Lightning snaps again, brief as a camera flash. Thunder follows, softer this time, grumbling like a jaguar rolling over in sleep. The earth exhales, releasing scents of wet jade and upturned mud. Tilt your head back once more, mouth open like a fledgling begging for worms. Taste wet sky. Taste the ghosts of 10,000 shipwrecked umbrellas. Rain slides between lips, a communion more honest than any you've tried. Movement flickers at the cenote's edge, disturbing the steam curtain. Something tall steps through the mist, thin as lampposts, but alive. 5. 1 second pause. ASMR trick. Listener thinks they might hear footfalls, then gone, swallowed by rain's thick curtain. Just a heron, probably. Skepticism wavers like your phone's last battery bar. Let the fantasy linger, knee-deep in puddles older than theology. Imagination's free, no all-inclusive resort fee. Tonight, you're equal parts trespasser and guest, welcomed then forgotten like midweek rain. Shoes squish with every step, sounding like boiled spinach in a colander. Start the trudge back to civilization, waterlogged, shoes howling obscenities with every muddy suck. One glance back, the cenote now hidden behind silver rain streaks. Steam rises, silent as prayers you forgot by age 12. Turn away toward mosquito coils and lukewarm showers. The final raindrop slides down your neck, as intimate as a lover's fingernail. Left big toe squelches against the insole. Right big toe answers, a soggy Morse code. Windows down. Let night air dry the wounds worth keeping. Your torch coughs a final spark, its orange tongue licking empty air. Shadows leap like armored men, stretching tall on limestone walls. The flame gurgles, a death rattle wet from dripping ceilings. You watch the last ember cling, a tiny sun refusing to set over Spain's galleons. Darkness rolls in, thick as velvet drapes in a cathedral. Fingers grope for a phone, its glow feeble as a firefly's sneeze. Too weak to banish conquistador ghosts, only good for stubbing toes on pre-Columbian rubble. Breathe deep wet stone, and burnt pine resin flood your nose. 10 heartbeats pass, pupils swelling to catch stray photons. The cenote exhales, musty breath ruffling hair, still damp from warm rain. Something skitters left, claws clicking like castanets in an empty theater. Imagination paints teeth. Then common sense whispers, spiny rat through a yawn. Still, spines hurt too. Shadows had watched men like these walls, Spanish steel, glinting under alien stars. Cortés burned Maya codices hereabouts, smoke curling like lost knowledge's ghost. Tonight, your dying torch mimics that arrogance brief light, pretending it owns the dark. A fossorial cricket chirps, its song warped by underground acoustics. Always 3 notes, same tune played, since Moctezuma still ruled tacos. Field guides insist they're mute, yet your ears swear otherwise. Lift the dead torch, charred end, still warm as a sleeping cat's belly. Historians still argue whether night rites needed total blackness, or if priests cheated with hidden oil lamps. Either way, your eyes strain like overworked interns. Black water winks with stolen starlight, Orion's belt drowned in cenote soup. Left hand trails in the chill, fingertips summoning ripples older than Dante's hell. Memory hiccups, that blackout Tuesday at Grandma's farm. Same swallowed world feeling minus the smell of guinea fowl manure. You snort, sound bouncing off walls like a drunk basketball. Blindness shifts time, minutes swell into mudslides. Was that rustle one bat or 50? Did water just lap higher? Or are your toes hallucinating tides? Sweat beads despite cool air, adrenaline's sneaky cousin clocking in for overtime. You count breaths, 18 inhales, 19. Thunder of your own pulse drowns frog choruses. Archaeologists once found a jade mask, here mouth stitched shut with gold wire. Effigy of eternal silence, now touring museums with LED spotlights. Bet it misses this perfect nothingness. Stumble step toward where exit should be, stone kisses your shin like a clumsy first date. Muffled curse, worth 10 Hail Marys if the bishop's listening. Left cheek brushes spider silk, invisible threads sticky as airline gilt. Swipe blindly, probably beheaded Charlotte's great-great-granddaughter. Sorry, pigtailed literary icon. Complete dark reveals secret colors, swirling purples born inside optic nerves. Might hallucinate a neon exit sign soon, or worse, a Dunkin' Donuts mirage. Knees bump something waist height, carved stone smothered under moss fat as mattress stuffing. Some noble once poured pulque here, fermented agave for bloodletting after parties. Cool air sighs from the deepest tunnel, pulling at your shirt like needy children. That breeze once cooled hallucinating shamans, maybe still carries their mushroom whispers. Fools bought solar watches for this trip, hands frozen in vampiric coma. Even Casio wouldn't survive these depths. Should have strapped on a sundial. Stop. Listen. Drip, drip, drip. Your own breath sinks to the rhythm, ancient metronome for underworld operas. If skeletons could sing, their basso profundo would shake these stalactites loose. Sniff, lizard musk mixed with wet tortilla. Hunger hijacks fear like a Caribbean mutiny. That roadside salbute vendor fades into legend, his fried tortas crowned with avocado. Foot swings forward, empty air betrays expected footing. Gasp, wild arm windmill to avoid Cenote's last joke. Toes find stability, just centimeters, from a lipless grin of underwater void. Darkness breathes deeper now, filling your lungs with liquid silence. Let the torch stay dead. Let the conquistador ghosts waltz unseen. Step back, heel, crunching a skeleton leaf pile. Your retreat sounds loud as shotgun blasts. Or maybe that's just the cenote laughing. One palm presses damp limestone rougher than grandpa's cheek after Sunday shaves. The rock hums, Or is that your bloodstream singing panic carols? Turn, move, respect the dark's argument. That fire is a loud guest, overstaying his welcome. Blackness wraps shoulders like lead X-ray blankets, weighty, but not unkind. Stars will prick through the ceiling hole soon, night's victory confetti. Until then, you swim through the belly of an obsidian god. His heartbeat thrums, if you dare listen. Right pinky grazes chill water again, the cenote licking its lips, too dark to see if your offering pebbles still stand, but your memory crowns them king. And somewhere deeper than your last thought, the cenote resumes its million-year breath. No torch, no flashlight, just perfect velvet ink. Water chuckles at your clumsy human blink. 3 owl calls split the air above your head, each hoot dropping lower than the last. The first sounds like a bored waiter clearing his throat, the second like a closing coffin lid. That third one rumbles through your collarbones, a bass note from Earth's oldest cello. Your knees unlock, not by choice, as if those notes plucked some ancestral marionette string. The Maya timed star movements to plant corn. But tonight, owls conduct the hours instead. Their schedule predates sundials, possibly predates toes. A wing brushes the ceiba canopy, dry leaves shivering like rain sticks at a busker's funeral. Phosphorescent fungi pulse green gossip below nature's underground texting network. Your phone died hours ago, pixel peasants bowing to feathered royalty. Something plops into water 10 meters left a pebble. A squirrel's suicide note. Darkness hides the answer. But your ears map ripples like detectives, circling a chalk outline. Another owl call booms, this time behind your right ear. Folk tales claim they snatch wandering souls before dawn bodies still walking. Just a meat puppet now, comforting thought at 3 a.m. Probably fictional, like airport sushi safety standards. Dew soaks through your cotton wrap knees, baptized in cold grass. Historians still argue whether the Maya used owl calls to mark ritual phases, though frankly, 5 minutes ago, you'd have bet a kidney they were just yelling mine. At rival owls, the fanatics who rebuilt Chichen Itza's pyramid counted 91 steps per side, 365 total. Genius solar math. Unless it's just coincidence plus tourist brochure hype. Either way, owls never cared for human number games. Your thumb finds the obsidian shard still tucked in your pocket, edge sharp as grandmother's tongue after tequila. Smugglers once traded these blades, hidden in corn husks. Pre-Columbian contraband, whispered about in dockyard taverns. Another hoot, lower now, vibrating your molars like a dentist's warning. Field guides swear they modulate pitch to mark territory, but your gut mutters countdown. 3 calls left. 10. Doom arrives via feathered baritone. A mainstream textbook fact floats up from high school sludge. The Dresden Codex shows Venus cycles plotted tighter than a tick-tock influencer's genes. Priests planned wars around its orbit, killing time between between cosmic RSVPs. A twig snaps downhill, too loud for pause, and too timid for jaguar. Breathe, shallow listen, some reenactor, sweating in a fake feathered headdress. Or just a coati-mundi high on fermented guava. Dawn's first gray weakens the east, but stars still pin the sky like sequins on a cowboy's funeral suit. One owl spirals overhead, its shadow blotting out Orion's sword for a fluttering heartbeat. The quirky tidbit arrives uninvited. Last century's nutjob archaeologists swore certain ruined temples aligned with owl flight paths buried a Coca-Cola bottle under Tikal's North Stela. For science, which mainly proved rum ruins dig permits. Your spine remembers this tune, not the literal notes, but the emptiness after each hoot, like that post-firework silence when your inner child whispers again. But your eardrums file restraining orders. Another call frays the western darkness, this one fringed with exhaustion. All-night shifts suck, even for death omens working contract gigs. Move your tongue, stale mouth taste like a taxidermist's workshop floor. Should have pocketed those snails earlier. Gourmet escargot a la jungle floor. You gag laugh, sound curdling in your throat like sour milk. Moonlight finally finds the cenote, water silvering under a winking planet. Historians still argue whether priests used this pool for stargazing or dunking noisy tourists. Evidence leans toward option 2. The ceiba's roots grip your ankles gentle as dementia patients holding hands. That tree once held the sky up. Now its sap pulses in time with your slowing heart. Dew becomes drizzle, warm drops pocking your shoulders like shy suitors. One owl answers, a cranky vibrato suggesting it, 2 hates, getting Miss Dandruff on its plumage. 3 feathers spiral down, ink black, but glinting blue when caught mid-twirl. Pocket them fast. Grandma's tales insist owl gifts stave off intestinal worms. Questionable science. But hey, free feathers beat ivermectin horse paste. Light bleeds, upward now gray fingers, unclenching the horizon's fist. Owl number 3 sails east, a silhouette shrinking into day shifts indifference. Your knees creak upright, each pop a firecracker in the dripping hush. The Maya called dawn Cain, just sun, no poetry for the workhorse of hours. Stretch arms skyward, knuckles grazing low, leaves fuzzy as moth wings. Owls fall silent, seeding the stage to bug drone symphonies. Your watch ticks, resurrected as light neuters the dark's magic. Walk backward, one hand trailing water like a kid caressing car windows. Let the cenote keep its night songs, its stone-faced guardians, its unanswered riddles. A last hoot ghosts the trail behind you, either farewell jeer or feathered snooze button. You choose to hear come again, spoken around a mouthful of mouse. Dawn outlines the path now, roots becoming mere roots, shadows retreating into shyness. Blink, and the jungle sheds its mystery like a cheap nylon cloak. Step over vines that tripped you 8 hours prior, now laughably obvious as piano wires in a Bond villain's lair. Should have packed a machete, or at least a sharper sense of direction. The rented Jeep gleams ahead, dusty hood streaked with bird shit constellations. Engine roars to life, radio blaring reggae tones, answer to owl hymns. Metal door slam echoes like a tomb ceiling, or a cooler closing on picnic leftovers. Drive slow, rearview mirror framing the shrinking green maw. Maybe, against all odds, your pebble tower still stands on its moon-washed ledge. Or maybe it's just limestone again, patient as a grave. Owl hours end, their shifts handed off to parrots squawking grocery lists. 3 calls, 3 syllables older than your bones, already dissolving into morning's caffeine buzz. Gray light spills through the ceiba leaves now, eastern sky pale as a watercolor smudge. Your heels scrape rough stone, retreating one barefoot shuffle at a time. Fingers still trail the cenote's surface, its night-cooled silk becoming morning's lukewarm bath. That pile of pebbles you stacked wobbles 10 feet away, child's game, or ancient offering undecided. Let it sway. Archaeology departments can quarrel after coffee. Your own tower of decisions crumbles with each backward step. Should have packed bug spray, should have skipped the 3rd mezcal. The jungle sheds its velvet shadows like a bored stripper, revealing vines as mere vines, stones as rocks with delusions of grandeur, where faces glared from darkness, now only lichen-spotted boulders yawn. Daylight is the ultimate skeptic. A squirrel monkey screeches overhead, nature's alarm clock hurling acorns at poets. Historians still argue whether Maya kings drank hot chocolate at dawn, or reserved its bitter froth for moonlit ceremonies. Either way, your saliva craves caffeine with Neolithic urgency. Your damp footprints darken the path, evaporating faster than the night's enchantments. The main ruins align east-west, calibrated to solstice sunrises like Stone Age GPS. Smart, unless some intern just eyeballed it between hangovers. Dew soaks your collar, last cling of the cenote's breath. By noon, this trail will bake into dust demons. Already, a line of leafcutter ants marches toward your left sandal, military precision, ignoring your existential dread. Step over that strangler fig root, its nighttime boa constrictor, vibe now just garden variety tree part. Should have taken a photo when it looked magical. Now it's a tripping hazard with better PR. The quirky echo surfaces. Some 1920s mystic swore cenotes resonated at dawn with Earth's umbilical hum. Drank 3 gallons of sacred water to prove it, then vomited quartz crystals for a week. Science remains unconvinced. Sunlight spears through canopy gaps, golden machetes chopping the gloom. Your pupils shrink like exposed aristocrats. That obsidian shard in your pocket warms, volcanic glass, remembering it's just fancy rock again. Your Jeep glints ahead, hood streaked with guano graffiti. Rental agreement never mentioned avian abstract expressionism. Dig for keys, the metal teeth snag on a moth-eaten pouch. engine coughs awake, radio blaring accordion polka from hell's waiting room. One glance back, the cenote's water winks silver, then greens under daylight scrutiny. A heron flaps up from the reeds, morning shift manager clocking in. Turn the wheel, tires chewing gravel like stale breadsticks. Through the rear view, the jungle folds in on itself, stone faces dissolving into chlorophyll Rorschachs. 300 years from now, will they even be rubble? Or just dirt's polite secret? The highway greets you with tarmac hiss and the stench of diesel. Owl hours drown beneath truck gears, grinding like cheap coffee beans. Your spine unkinks, modern world reclaiming its slightly disappointing throne. Palms smear the rear window, streaky farewell to the green moss shrinking behind you. Those handprints in torchlit caves, the ones you touched, they faded slower. 8 centuries of pigment, stubborn as rumor. Your stomach growls, half feral, after a night of forest air and adrenaline. Stock up on lukewarm tamales at the next gas station. Shrine to fluorescent lights and lottery dreams. Mile markers tick by hypnotic as a beta wave sleep track. Eyes drift to the dashboard clock, so obedient compared to starlight's slippery metaphors. Reality's GPS recalculates, hash rerouting soul to default settings. Tires hum a lullaby against asphalt, white noise stitching, shut the night's loose seams. Fingertips brush owl feathers in your pocket. 3 blue-black souvenirs, already softening into memory. Gray light spills through the ceiba leaves now, eastern sky pale as a watercolor smudge. Your heels scrape rough stone, retreating one barefoot shuffle at a time. Fingers still trail the cenote's surface, its night-cooled silk becoming morning's lukewarm bath. That pile of pebbles, you stacked wobbles 10 feet away, child's game, or ancient offering, undecided. Let it sway, archaeology departments can quarrel after coffee. Your own tower of decisions crumbles with each backward step. Should have packed bug spray. Should have skipped the 3rd mezcal. The jungle sheds its velvet shadows like a bored stripper, revealing vines as mere vines, stones as rocks with delusions of grandeur, where faces glared from darkness, now only lichen-spotted boulders yawn. Daylight is the ultimate skeptic. A squirrel monkey screeches overhead, nature's alarm clock hurling acorns at poets. Historians still argue whether Maya kings drank hot chocolate at dawn, or reserved its bitter froth for moonlit ceremonies. Either way, your saliva craves caffeine with Neolithic urgency. Your damp footprints darken the path, evaporating faster than the night's enchantments. The main ruins align east-west, calibrated to solstice sunrises like Stone Age GPS. Smart, unless some intern just eyeballed it between hangovers. Dew soaks your collar, last cling of the cenote's breath. By noon, this trail will bake into dust demons. Already, a line of leafcutter ants marches toward your left sandal, military precision, ignoring your existential dread. Step over that strangler fig root, its nighttime boa constrictor vibe now just garden variety tree part. should have taken a photo when it looked magical. Now, it's a tripping hazard with better PR. The quirky echo surfaces. Some 1920s mystics swore cenotes resonated at dawn with Earth's umbilical hum, drank 3 gallons of sacred water to prove it, then vomited quartz crystals for a week. Science remains unconvinced. Sunlight spears through canopy gaps, golden machetes chopping the gloom. Your pupils shrink like exposed aristocrats. That obsidian shard in your pocket warms. Volcanic glass, remembering it's just fancy rock again. Your Jeep glints ahead, hood streaked with guano graffiti. Rental agreement never mentioned avian abstract expressionism. Dig for keys. The metal teeth snag on a moth-eaten pouch. Engine coughs awake, radio blaring accordion polka from hell's waiting room. One glance back, the cenote's water winks silver, then greens under daylight's scrutiny. A heron flaps up from the reeds, morning shift manager clocking in. Turn the wheel, tires chewing gravel like stale breadsticks. Through the rear view, the jungle folds in on itself, stone faces dissolving into chlorophyll Rorschachs. 300 years from now, will they even be rubble, or just dirt's polite secret? The highway greets you with tarmac hiss and the stench of diesel. Owl hours drown beneath truck gears, grinding like cheap coffee beans. Your spine unkinks, modern world reclaiming its slightly disappointing throne. Palms smear the rear window, streaky farewell to the green maw shrinking behind you. Those handprints in torchlit caves, the ones you touched, they faded slower. 8 centuries of pigment, stubborn as rumor. Your stomach growls, half feral after a night of forest air and adrenaline. Stock up on lukewarm tamales at the next gas station. Shrine to fluorescent lights and lottery dreams. Mile markers tick by, hypnotic as a beta wave sleep track. Eyes drift to the dashboard clock, so obedient compared to starlight's slippery metaphors. Reality's GPS recalculates, rerouting soul to default settings. Tires hum a lullaby against asphalt, white noise stitching, shut the night's loose seams. Fingertips brush owl feathers in your pocket. 3 blue-black souvenirs already softening into memory.